How's it going?
All right.
Everyone?
Test.
My football team
Testosterone.
is playing, but I'm here. How are you, Ref?
I'm good. Let's see. Can anyone else see and hear us? Is anyone here, or is everyone still watching Philip Chase's live stream? Just waiting for people in the chat to say anything. Hello, Chadia? Oh, that was like before we got live, I guess. Check. Ah, there you are, Chadia. Can you hear us? Can you see us? Are we actually live?
Yeah.
Hooray! Well, Chadia's here. That's good. Let's see if, I just assume you can hear us because you're, actually reacting to what I say. That's good.
She said yes, so I think.
All right, perfect. In that case, let's get this whole thing started by doing the thing.
Oh,
Cheers.
got my Diet Coke here. So
Diet Coke. I was expecting Dr. Pepper.
yeah, I've been drinking Diet Coke.
Oh, you're doing a Diet Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
That must be the medicinal part of the doctor in Dr. Pepper, I assume.
Yeah, no. Yes, it's. Well, I'm on the show. You made us in the Cowboys this week. I like it.
Yeah. Hello, Jeroen.
Sorry, I know
Jeroen, you're not late. We were late, so don't worry about it. Anyway, let's get the whole thing started. Welcome everyone to the monthly live stream, the Marxist Malcontent, and I've invited a very special Malcontent this time around, which is Britton. It's been a long time coming. I've been on his channel way too many times at this point, so I'm glad we finally managed to get him on here. Britton, for those who don't know you, which I assume is, I don't know, maybe some people. Why should people know you? Who are you?
Hi, I'm Britton. I run the channel Some Okie Dude. I talk about fantasy from time to time, but I also talk about science fiction, literary fiction, crime fiction, whatever I feel like. Comics as well from time to time. Even the occasional sports content when that season comes around. But I mostly do book content. And yeah, it's been a slow reading year, but aside from that, channel's been going really well. A lot of really fun videos I've done. But I think a lot of people know who I am by now because I've been trying to make the rounds. But I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me, man. I was wondering when you were going to get me on.
It was just a matter of time.
I thought about buying a beret for the occasion. I didn't get around to it.
Those are actually expensive if you want like a proper beret. Hello, Ori, though. I'm glad you can make it.
I have not read, sadly, R.F. Lafferty. I want to. I know he was a inspiration for, Neil Gaiman. Oh, I can hear my dad. But I have not read Lafferty. I would like to. I would like to at some point.
Yeah. Chadia, this is very much the best time to actually mention that you finished The War.
Oh, that's good. It's a good book. I enjoyed it a lot. I do think it's a very interesting experiment, I thought. And I appreciate it. I'll put it under I really appreciated it more than I can say. Like, I mean, it's really well written for the most part, but I like appreciated what it was doing. Sorry, I mean, steal your thought.
It's a weird book that goes into like very weird places, and I appreciate for being, weird. But yeah, and that's like kind of where I want to start with, like talking to you, Britton. And you do everything. Like you do, as I said, like you do fantasy, science fiction, you do literary fiction, you do sports, you do comics, you do like movies and TV and stuff. Like your latest video is on True Detective. It's like,
yeah.
That was one that was the place.
That was one I'd been wanting to do for a while, and I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I do a lot. So I mainly cover books because I'm real passionate about that stuff. I'm really passionate about
Mhm.
storytelling and American football, but that's for like the fall seasons. So don't worry. But yes, I did
I
do
come from
a
the other side of the other side of the pond, and here football means something very, very different.
I know, yeah. We call it soccer over here, and the
I
Europeans
know.
make fun of us for it all the time. But
Um,
though
yeah.
you guys got
Uh,
rugby. I mean, rugby's kind of like football, except they don't wear pads at all. They're just freaking mad lads. They're just running around.
like one of my former flatmates was part of the university's female rugby team, so I've hung out with a lot of like female rugby players, and yeah, they're really nice people. They're really cool people to hang out with, but oh boy, you don't want to get into trouble with those people.
Yeah, I imagine not. I mean, if you're crazy enough to go out there and play rugby,
Oh yeah, no, they're really cool people, but they're also like very much into very very hard partying. I can say that.
Oh, well, all right.
Um,
But going back to, I try to, I talk about stuff that I wanted to. I remember starting this channel. Well, one reason was I wanted to talk about stuff that not a lot of people were talking about as well. So hopefully that's worked out. I don't know if it's all worked out, but I've gotten a nice little cult following so far. So
yeah.
I'm very pleased with it.
Well, Jeroen, I understand why you're into the Cyclops parts. They really put the screw into screwing, don't they?
Oh yeah,
Anyway,
Ishmael's a freaking horn dog, bro.
yeah, but like, so before we move like further into like a vor discussion, which I guess we'll have to come back to, is like I thought like let's start with like you've been doing booktube or like doing tube things, I guess, for and I'm not going to say you're laying pipe for like the last 2 years, 3 years. It's like you started much earlier, and you're not like me, like an antediluvian monstrosity. It's like what got you into like doing your own YouTube channel? What got you into that? And how did you decide what to do? Because I know you did stuff before you moved over to like just you like booktube stuff, right?
Yeah, I had a gaming channel for a while. I won't name it for reasons, but it is still up. You can still find it. Um I remember I grew up in the era when YouTube was really starting to boom, and I was watching all these like random
Mm.
people who were my age and were doing all the people who were a couple years older than me just doing this YouTube thing. So I'm like, I gotta give this a shot. So I did. I did a couple of things. I did a gaming channel for a while, and then I did
Yeah.
a political channel for a while, and I abandoned that because a lot of my takes on there I don't stand by nowadays. And then I'm like, you know what? I really like storytelling. I'll give this booktube thing a shot. I gave it a shot for a little bit. I hated doing most of the videos because I'm just rambling off the cuff. I can't do it quite as well as some other people. Um, and well, yeah, I'm getting better, but then I started it again. For a while there, I was just doing podcasts, and then I'm like, you know what? I'll start this again. I saw like Brian Lee Durfee, and he just has a phone, and he's just bullshitting about books for 15, 20 minutes. I'm like, I have no excuse whatsoever. So here I am. I'm back to it. And I've gotten a little fan base. I'm very pleased with it, and I'm hoping we keep growing. I'm really even though I've been pretty disappointed with my reading this year, it's been a fun one for the channel. There are no
Yeah.
shortage of ideas.
Yeah, that's like I mean that's like a cool part. Is like you said like you're interested in storytelling, and yeah, Darko, I agree with you. Britain is definitely someone I like. Is impressive. You're impressive by like all the stuff you how broad you're like in your knowledge about storytelling and books and stuff.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I always get flustered when people are like, "Oh man, you're so young and you know all this stuff," and I'm like,
Yeah, but that's
"Thank
kind of
you."
what I want to go through. Is like how like because as you said, and that's something I'm generally curious in. I'm not just doing this, for like making this like cool sounding interviews. Like, how do you pick the books that you're reading? How do you decide what to read, what to talk about? Like, where does that come? Do you like? watch other booktubers? Do you go through like some people go through like lists of like this is like the Western canon and we have to go through these books and I have to read this? Like, how do you decide what to read and what to talk about?
It's kind of interesting because like a lot of it is kind of off the cuff. I you know, in terms of like planning, I don't really go like, yes, I'm going to be talking about this book. Like when I read a book, sometimes I'll read it and I have a lot of thoughts and I want to get those thoughts out there. And sometimes I don't have as many thoughts and I want to, you know, sit on it for a little bit before I, you know, do anything.
Yeah.
But how I come up with videos, I mean, really, it's like what am I really feeling like talking about, and then I put them up. But if you're talking about reading, I would be what's called a mood reader. I've tried to be more. I generally, it's kind of weird. I try to, you know, read with like, okay, what am I feeling like today? Okay, I'll just read this, and you know, I kind of go on with that. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's how I do it. Like I'll just be like, what do I feel like reading today? Or you know, I'll sometimes be like, okay, what months? When do I want to read it? Because like I don't want to, because I don't do TBRs, or because you know I don't want to you know I don't want to put myself up for that because I know I'll just screw around and not do anything if I do a TBR. Nothing against people who do those, but it's just you know I don't do them.
Yeah, I get you there. But like how like where do the ideas for books to read come from? It's like, do you have like a list of stuff you generally want to read at some point in your life, or is it more
I
like
do have a list of books I want to get to sooner rather than later. I mean, I do have a Goodreads account, so that also helps. And really it's just like, okay, you know, like there are books like I have that I've wanted to read for a while. Like I was going to read Titus Grown this year, but that didn't pan out. So I'm gonna see if I can read the whole trilogy next year. So I'm looking forward to that because well, I hear it's quite fascinating. It's one that the Tolkien separatists don't. They're like, this is the one, or they say either it's an underrated classic that needs more love, or this is the true fantasy classic. Lord of the Rings is nothing. Which you know, I mean, I won't comment because I haven't read it. But I do have a couple books I want to read next year because I sometimes I like planning out like, okay, what am I gonna like? The only like TBR I do is like at the beginning of the year, like these are books I would like to get to before the end of the year. You know, that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. But like, how do books end up on that like vague list of stuff you need to read? Like, also, hey Liam, glad you can make it, at least for a while. It's like, how do books end up for you on that broader list? Because that's something I'm always interested. Like, because do you look at like what's coming out next? Do you look at like what authors say about their inspirations? Like, how do you collect that like larger things? Like, obviously Tolkien ends up on that list sooner or later because you know it's Tolkien, but
I am terrible at keeping up with the. I mean, the most recent book I have picked up. Well, I don't know. You can't see it, but other people can. It's the new Alan Moore, The Great Win. So that's the most recent in terms of like books that came out this year. I am god awful at keeping up with like what books are coming out.
I plan to read The Great Win tomorrow. It's sort of like the plan for tomorrow is to get up and read The Great Win because I kind of got distracted today.
You know how it is. I mean, Alan Moore is one of my favorite writers. I haven't read much of his prose stuff because, well, he has one called Voice of the Fire, which I haven't read, but it's pretty short.
Yeah.
And then he has a gigantuan one called Jerusalem, which I have right over here. I don't want to pull it out right now, but
and there's like a short story collection called Illuminations.
What was I saying? Oh yes. How do I actually pick these books? Really, it's like a book will like catch my interest and I'll be like, oh, here's this Marlon James book I want to read, you know, or ooh, here's Thomas Pynchon. I want to read some about that. You know, it's very random. It's not really like the list gets bigger as time goes along. Or you know,
of course the list gets bigger. And like,
or you know, I'll be like, I'll read a comic today, you know, or I'll put a comic on the list that I'm interested in reading sooner rather than later, you know. Or you know, I would like to read. I'm sure you'll like this, Ralph, but I would like to read, you know, the Yiddish Policemen's Union sometime earlier next year.
I hope you enjoy it. It's a really good book.
because Amazing. I remember liking Gentleman of the Road okay, and then I really enjoyed Amazing Adventures Cavalier and Clay. So I want to read Gentleman of the Road again because I don't know if I gave it a fair shake.
Have you
when I read it last time.
have you read any Fafford and Grey Mouser yet?
Oh yeah, I've read the first 2 or 3 collections. Very good.
Oh, the Swords Against whatever.
Yeah, whatever they're called. It's I've read like Ilmet and Lankmar, and I read that. It's a good one. It's probably the best one, I think.
The second one, Swords Against Death, I think is the best one.
But I mean, I'm not against reading popular books. I like The Song of Ice and Fire and Harry Potter, which now Harry Potter has this weird, like, fantasy fans almost seem embarrassed about its existence. Almost.
Well, I mean, there's like an entire like second dimension that like, yep, Charlie, of course, Titus Groan is no Lord of the Rings. It's a very, very different kind of book.
Oh yeah, I mean that's what I've heard too. It's like it's not at all of Lord of the Ring comparable, but that's that Moorcock will take his shots at Tolkien, so I'm fine with it.
No, but like one of the interesting things, like for you, if you start reading Gormenghast, if you don't have like an actual copy yet, there's an edition that has Mervyn Peake's original illustrations, because he was like a multi-talented artist, so he drew like all the illustrations for the books himself, and they add a lot of like context to stuff because it's weird shit. It's absolutely weird. So if you can get your hands on that,
I have the omnibus edition. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for getting this for me for Christmas.
That might just be the one that has his own like illustrations in it as well. If it's the hardcover omnibus, then that's the one.
Yeah, I would have preferred having like 3 separate books, but oh well. I'm not going to complain. I appreciate the gift nonetheless. I'm also reading with Liam. I'm kind of behind, but I only have like 150 something pages left. I'm reading the Knight of this collection of the Wizard Knight. I really love this copy, by the way. It's really nice.
It's a really good one. The Wizard Knight.
I like it more than the Land Across. I'll give it that, which I know sounds like faint praise, but I think the story is more straightforward. Though again, I feel like Gene Wolfe just throws a bunch of shit at you, and you're just like, what the fuck? Okay, just give me a straight line and then throw the weird shit at me. You can do that.
That's not how Gene Wolfe works. He's like,
can be agreeable.
Let me tell you this. Also, I forgot to tell you that this happened before, and let me tell you about the stuff that will happen in like 2 years. But I still kind of feel like mentioning it right now. And then
I do like how he kind of hints at the unreliability, because he's like, oh, I'm holding this back. I'll tell you about this later. I do like that, but
mm-hmm.
It's fun. I'm enjoying it. It's very much.
It has a flying talking dog and a talking cat, and they're having fights all the time. It's so good.
It's oh god, what am I gonna say? It's very nostalgic. It feels to me. Kind of.
Have you figured out that it's actually an Arthurian novel as well?
Yeah, the king name gave it away, but I haven't met the king yet. It's been kind of. It's very picaresque, I would say. Is that how to say that word? Or picaresque? I don't know. I wish Joseph was here. He would know. Yeah, it's kind of funny seeing him talk about like computers and like video games, and I'm like, dude, you're like a freaking old man. What are you talking about? It's just some funny shit, man.
But that's like the other thing. Like, he was already like 80 when he wrote that book, and I'm like, that's pretty impressive. I know people that were 50 at the time and didn't get it that well.
I like the imagination though, and I like the references to like Norse mythology, because I'm a big Norse guy. I really like that stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, no, it's and like he's in love with this like elf lady, which is like, okay, yeah, that's fine, whatever.
It's going places in the next book, I can tell you that.
But I can tell it is like a coming of age story. It's very much a, and there's like themes of like chivalry and what does it mean to be a knight, what should a knight be, you know, is I like that. It's very thematically quite good. It's just like
Mm.
he's like playing a game with the audience, which I know a lot of people say that's kind of what he does. So.
That's what he always does. Ooh, by the way, like, did you do like a review for Three Hearts and Three Lions, Liam? That I kind of missed because what a wonderful book.
Well, that's another book I'm hoping to read. The Broken Sword by Paul Anderson came out the
Yeah.
same year as Fellowship of the Rings. Very Norse inspired, so I'm looking forward to that book.
Yeah, it's definitely giant overload in the Knight and Wizard. I agree. But like Three Hearts and Three Lions is probably one of those, like, I mean, obviously the Broken Sword as well, but like Three Hearts and Three Lions has like had a huge impact on Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh shit! Sorry. Oh,
Yeah,
that thing fell off.
no worries. Three Hearts and Three Lions is the novel that gave us Trolls That Actually Burn, because that's like a Paul Anderson story thing, I think. I mean, maybe he took it from somewhere that I'm not aware of, but like, it's like the novel that gave the idea to Gary Gygax, I think.
I'll have to check that out then. I had the Broken Sword on that list. I should put it on there. Anyway, yeah, I was gonna read the Erstwhile, going back to the Vor, but I just there wasn't enough time. I hear William Blake is in it, and they also have his great Nebuchadnezzar painting as the cover. So I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be great.
Yes, William Blake. William Blake is in it. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I do. I'll admit I'm not much of a poetry reader. Even though I've read one on my channel. That's one of the ones I like. But William Blake, though, a guy who needs to get ripped off more, I think, because he was doing like fantasy, you know, long time ago. Though
William Blake is super fascinating. That's true. He's gotten ripped off a lot in like heavy metal circles. I can tell you that. Heavy metal people have been aware of William Blake, I feel like, much longer than fantasy writers.
I admit I haven't listened to a lot of. I mean, Michael Moorcock has been ripped off by a lot of metal bands, so
yeah,
he's even contributed to a few metal bands, so he's fine with it.
Like, I mean, he played like shows and did like poetry readings with Hawkwind, but they're not heavy metal. They're like weird psychedelic, smoking too much weed rock.
But
yeah. I mean, there's like a huge sort of like intersection between an overlap between heavy metal and fantasy, and it's interesting to look at like why that is the case, and maybe
have you made a video about that?
I have not made a video about that.
Oh, I was about to say that seems like right up your wheelhouse.
Yeah, but I want to get it right. That's kind of the problem.
That's fair. Yeah. No, I mean, I bet there's a lot of overlap with that. I mean,
yeah, because both are full of nerds.
Yeah, I'm really thinking of going with that pre-Tolkien fantasy theme next year. So I'm really going for like I'm hoping to do like King of Elfland's Daughter and
wonderful book.
Blood in the Mist. My friend Robin really likes that book. I think you even did a video on that, didn't you?
I did. I think Blood in the Mist is an absolute magical monstrosity. It's great. You should read it. It's so good.
Yeah, I'm just going with the whimsical fantasy next year. Well, that and like the Broken Sword maybe and Gormenghast if I can fit it in. But we'll see.
Yeah, maybe also add some Arthur Machen in there if you can get it.
I think they have a Penguin edition because ST Joshi, I give that guy a hard time, but he's really done some great work in keeping a lot of these like horror / dark fantasy writers alive. So yeah. I think he deserves all the credit in the world for that.
Yeah, definitely. But like Arthur Machen is interesting because he's one of the biggest influences on someone like Lovecraft, and not just on the horror stuff, but also very much on the dreamland stuff. Like if you read something like Hill of
I thought
Dreams by Arthur
Dunsany inspired
Machen.
the Dreamland stuff.
Hmm?
I thought Dunsany inspired the Dreamland stuff.
Yeah, but Dunsany was also inspired by Machen.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Yeah, you know,
Okay, good to know that. I have read The Great God Pan because I always don't have the Penguin edition. Interesting that they, but that's like the next to the Bowman one is like the most most famous one. So interesting they leaving that one out. I mean, obviously it has some like problems, I guess. Because you can't write like horror like in the 1890s without, being somewhat racist, to put it mildly.
Yeah, I did a conversation about H.P. Lovecraft the other day because I cover horror on the channel for October.
Yeah, I saw you did one with Jason. I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really want to bring up the racism too much because, in all honesty, I'm just kind of frustrated with that conversation. It just gets real contentious, and there's not really a lot of intelligent conversations about it. I feel
interesting. See, that's.
I mean,
that's
I'm
where
sure there are. I just haven't seen them yet.
There's a really good one by leftist YouTube essayist Chill Goblin on H.P. Lovecraft and the conservative mind, the reactionary mind, which is really good.
I'll have to give that. I'll give that a look.
It's
I haven't watched a lot of leftist YouTubers in a while.
Yeah.
I did back in my political days to combat them mostly, but I did watch them.
I think, like, so here's the thing with like the going like, oh, Lovecraft is a racist. I think is obviously not very productive. I think what's important with Lovecraft's racism is that a large part of the horror that he invokes is racist. Is like banking on racist prejudices in his audience. Like when you read something like Call of Cthulhu, and you have like the whole like that ritual scene that is so fucking vile to read, right? The one like in somewhere
or
near New Orleans or wherever it is. Like a lot of the horror that is so effective with Lovecraft is him banking on like his audience also being at least having like subconscious racist prejudice, and that's sort of like where the horror comes from. I think it's important to talk about his racism, but only if you sort of reflect and like you find this scary because you still have been sort of like socialized in a still very much like racist society.
I think I'm more. I think, well, my problem with him is I disagree with his fundamental belief, which is that the cosmos is indifferent and people will just passively accept it. Now I'll admit that, as I said in the video, it kind of speaks to a philosophical difference there. I get that's very subjective, but that's just also he just doesn't convey it very well. Like his character's like, oh, we're grand pawns in the scheme, ooh, and he doesn't do anything with it. Like, at least with like Robert E. Howard, his characters act,
But that's the thing, is like H.P. Lovecraft was not a very good writer.
Yeah.
Objectively, H.P. Lovecraft is not a good writer. He was a pretty good, like a decent editor for other people's stories, and clearly he has some like interesting imagination when it comes to coming up with the whole like mythos and stuff like that. But like, he's not a good writer, and that's exactly what you can see when you have like someone like Clark Ashton Smith or H.P. or Robert E. Howard writing stories that are sort of like within the Cthulhu mythos, and you're like, wow, this can actually be really interesting and good. You have characters that do stuff, and it's not just like long lists of like weird adverbs that no one ever used, like Batrachian.
I mean, I did a video recently on Victor Laval's The Ballad of Black Tom, which I think you would like that one, Raph. It's very angry.
Yeah, I still have to read that one because that's like the retelling or subversion of Horror at Red Hook, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's like, and one of the things I pointed out in that, I'm like, he gives them a motivation for joining these freaking things that don't care about us. Oh, thank you. I still don't agree with it, with the idea, but you give me something to understand. Thank you, Victor Laval. You know, that was kind of my.
Have you read Lovecraft Country by Matt Ruff?
I own it, but I haven't read it yet. I do want to at some point. I'm a little wary of it because I'm hoping it isn't just like look how bad racism is book. You know, it's like that doesn't interest me. But could be good.
No, it's not.
Well, that's good. That's good.
It's a very interesting kind of take. It's like I'm somewhat I'm not sure what I think about it because obviously it's a white guy writing about black people, so there's always that like external perspective. But what he does more is like writing pulp stories. It's not just Lovecraft. There's some Clark Ashton Smith in there, some Robert E. Howard in there. It's like just general pulp stories, but with black people as the main characters. And racism
that's
does
cool.
play a
I'd
role
like
in
to
there,
see
but
that, you know, because like you know the Lovecraft style, it's usually like nerdy white dudes who are like,
yeah.
ooh, you know, it's just like,
And racism does play a role, but it's more like so you have like all the horror elements, like the undead and all the typical like Lovecraft stuff and all the pulp horror stuff. And what you realize while reading the books, like the really scary thing is like living in like 1950s Jim Crow America is much more scary than fucking undead haunting you, because you could deal with ghosts, but you can't actually deal with the law because you have no power against the law.
yeah, no, it's I watched the first episode of the show, which I thought was actually not bad, and then I lost interest. I was like, oh, but I haven't read the book. I do want to.
Ori, I really hope you just mean like
There are many
non-male people and not just non-men from R. Scott Baker's weird universe that I want to talk about.
Oh, I was about to say, I know there aren't. There's some Lovecraftian writers I would love to read, like John Langan and Caitlin Kiernan and Willem Pugmire. You know, people like that. I am interested. It's kind of weird. I have a weird relationship with Lovecraft. Like I'm really fascinated by him, like his impact and his just his style. But at the same time, I don't think he's that good of a writer or storyteller. Like even his fans will agree he goes a little overboard with the like verbose prose. I mean I can't say it's pretentious because that's just how he talked. Like if you read his personal letters, that's how he communicated. But yeah, it's just it comes off as very clumsy at the same time.
Yeah, and just Ori,
In
yeah,
my
keep
opinion.
it that way, Ori. You don't want to get into Backer. He's not as good as people think he is.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny. I have a friend. His name's JG Keeley. He was actually I met him on Goodreads, and he had like a conversation with Baker,
Yeah.
and they had like a disagreement because like he was criticizing him because Baker or Bacher, however you pronounce his last name, was criticizing him, John Harrison, about his thoughts on world building. And then he came into the I thought it was a really defensive reaction. And when like authors get like real defensive, I just kind of I get wary of their work because it's just like I mean, look, I disagree with Amanda, but she is right. You know, when you show like defensiveness like that, you know, you can't really. It's kind of hard to get that trust back. You know, does that make sense? I don't know. I'm kind of spitballing here.
No, I just missed the thread for a second because I was reading Chadia disagreeing with me violently.
I mean, but then it was kind of. But my point was, it was kind of hilarious seeing him kind of blow up on BookTube just as I was getting on the scene because I'm like, oh, I had a friend who had a disagreement with him once, and it's pretty funny. But no, maybe I'll try
I
him
think
at
like
some point.
Baker is Baker's not a bad writer. The story is not bad as such. There's a lot of issues with it that kind of get buried by people on BookTube being, whoa, he knows words. He knows lots of words. He seems smart. He's also quoting fucking Homer, so he has to be smart. We have to like him because we want to be smart. That's sort of like where I think it kind of falls down because, look, there's far worse fantasy out there. Wheel of Time is much worse than fucking second apocalypse.
The Sword of Truth. Oh God.
Yeah, all of that is far worse. But he's not the fucking pinnacle. and that's kind of the thing that annoys me, because and there's so many issues with the way he does his things. Like, yeah, I'm rewriting the first Crusade and the second Crusade, and it's like, so why do you have to have all the homophobic, Orientalist, effeminate stereotypes for the totally not Byzantine emperors? Aren't you aware of the fact that it's kind of, it's racist and homophobic and shit? And people just ignore that because, oh no, he's quoting Homer again. It's like, it fucking pisses me off that people kind of ignore all the other stuff and get like sort of like completely swept away by the semblance of intellectualism. And that, I think, is the problem that I have with Baker.
Speaking of Homer, another person who quotes Homer a lot apparently is Steven Erickson, and I will be trying Malzahn next year, so there's that as well. Okay, just drop that bomb. No, but going back to Baker, I heard some people describe it as if Cormac McCarthy wrote Lord of the Rings, and I'm like, I kind of want to see that, but he's real defensive. It's impossible. I don't know. I'm sorry. I think Raph is disappointed with me. I'm not sure. It's like, it's like it was like me reading it's like with Wheel of Time, like people are like, I feel like I should read it at some point to get like, because it's whether we like it or not, it is very influential for whatever reason. But at the same time, it's like, it's 12 books. It seems kind of like a ripoff of Tolkien. It's not very inspired ripoff of Tolkien. Yeah. I don't want to read it,
Okay, let me explain why I think it's very much not like Cormac McCarthy. Cormac McCarthy does take faith and religion seriously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Baker doesn't. And that's the key difference. Like, Cormac McCarthy, while I don't think was ever like a believing, Christian or whatever in any way, shape, or form, but he knows how to do like biblical language. He knows how to actually take that shit seriously.
He knows that it's Tolkien. Important to so many people.
Yes, and he takes the people that believe seriously. Tolkien, as a believing Catholic, does the same thing. R. Scott Baker does not think that religion is actually in any way, shape, or form, something to be taken seriously, and goes like the early 2000s edgy internet atheist route of like, oh no, it's all just like brains and stuff, and it's all predestined, and if you manipulate everyone, it'll work. And that's like the key difference, where like he can use fucking language like McCarthy as much as he wants. He will never get it because he's, in his fucking arrogance, incapable of respecting people that believe. And that's the thing that annoys me about Baker. There's so much fucking arrogance in his writing.
All right. So, I mean, hey, I'll take that into account. It's man, my friend Epic Tales really likes that series a lot. So I mean, I'll probably try it at some point, but I'm not in any rush to. I don't know. I've given up at this point.
Sorry, Jeroen, Memories on Ice sounds such a fun thing.
Oh yeah, imagine. I mean, I haven't read Malzahn, but imagine Malzahn on like an ice show, like one of those Disney on Ice, just and Steven Erickson sitting there with like a smile, just like, yes, this is what I wanted. This is the pinnacle of what I wanted for my writing career.
Yeah.
No, it's someone actually commented, or maybe it was on a friend of mine's video, and he was talking about how he has a hard time with atheists writing fantasy, and I'm like, I'm sure they can write it fine. I mean, it is fictional at the end of the day, but
I'm pretty sure Michael Moorcock is an atheist.
I mean, yeah, I don't think Michael Moorcock is religious at all. but he writes pretty good fantasy for the most part. I do think he doesn't let his. I do have great like his Swords trilogy. I feel like he often how
Yes,
do I
Ori,
put
it's
it?
just Cats on Ice, but only for that one song, but it still goes for like 90 minutes, and you have no way of getting out of it. You'll
It's
be
like
fucking tied
he writes
down in your
too
chair.
fast. He's not able like he has a hard time like actually thinking through the concepts he's playing with, at least in some of his books that I've read.
Yeah.
Which that makes sense. There are some books he wrote in like 3 days, which is ridiculous.
Look, drugs can
But
do a lot of good.
no, it's like for instance, I don't really like his Dark Materials because I find it does very similar things. Like it doesn't take religious people very seriously, and also like it's like I'm like, oh, you're doing all these cool things and pulling from these fantasy things that people don't really play with that often, and you're just doing it to bash religion. That doesn't interest me. Though I like I like the Good Man Jesus and Scoundrel Christ. That was a pretty good book. I like that from Pullman.
I haven't read that one. I mean, the thing is, you don't have to believe in anything, but you have to understand that people that are religious do believe, and you have to accept that and take that seriously because it does inform all their actions, and that's important.
That's a good point, Ori. Why would atheists have trouble? Right? That was what I was saying. I'm like, it's fictional. At the end of the day, it's not real. You know.
I always love the atheist part in Discworld, though,
This
where it's like, well, the
world's another
gods
one I'm hoping
exist.
to try next year. So yeah,
Oh,
you're gonna be
yeah.
real pleased with all my content next year, Raph. I'm just gonna be.
There's this whole thing like there are no atheists in Discworld because the gods exist, and if atheists explain that they don't believe in gods, the gods just come by and just like throw like a rock into their window, and go like, "Well, of course we do."
No, I'm I mean I've read a couple lines from Terry. I'm like, okay, Terry, cooking here with these dope lines. All right, I'll read your books. Because like
Oh,
I had gotten the idea that he was just this dude who made like bad fantasy jokes from a couple of reviews I've read. But then I've seen people who really appreciate him, and I've read a couple of his like quotes, not really like books or anything, but I've read like some quotes from him. Like, okay, this dude's cooking. Maybe he's got something. We'll see.
no, Terry Pratchett is making a lot of really dumb fantasy jokes. Don't get me wrong; they're in there. But you can only make dumb fantasy jokes if you have like read a lot of fantasy and know what you're doing. You know.
Yeah, like apparently, like he has a guy called Cohen the Barbarian, and he's like really old. He wants to die from. I think Derry was telling me about this the other day.
What?
Oh, I was talking about Cohen the Barbarian from Discworld.
He doesn't necessarily want to die, but he's certainly no longer happy being a barbarian at like age 90 something.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah.
Coming.
Oh yeah, he does a lot of dumb obscure pop culture references and dumb obscure trivia jokes.
Yeah, no, I remember reading Good Omens, and I was like, yeah, it's okay. Like, it's basically, oh, what if the Omen was funny? Like, all right, that's fine.
Good
So
Omens, I think, has not aged that well because it's so specifically stuck in like late 1980s British culture, and there's so many jokes in there that only work if you have like sort of like lived through that or like consumed enough media to understand what it's poking fun at. Like the whole idea that like the whole like cassette decks in cars, and that like no matter what you do, like cassettes after a while in your car turn into like a best of Queen albums. Like that only works if you've been alive when people were still having only cassette players in cars. And yes, there was always a best of Queen tape somewhere in your car, probably copied like 10 times from something else.
Yeah, like Derry, I was telling her, I'm reading Guards, hold me to it. And she's like, oh, normie. She was joking, but she was basically like, that's a normie pick. Go with or I don't think she said go with Color of Magic, but she was talking about like one of the witches books. She's like, you could start there. I'm like, no, I said guards. I'm not changing my mind here.
I think for you that, like for you, I think Guards is in fact a good starting point.
We'll see. I didn't want to read Color and Magic because it seems to be such a polarizing one. There's some people who are like, this is fine, and there's some people who are like, this is bad.
Yes, Ori, I agree. Like Small Gods is probably like the best entry point for people that are not committed to reading the whole thing because it's a
I
standalone.
do want to
It's
read
really
Small
good.
Gods because I've heard Neil Gaiman was inspired to write like American Gods is kind of the 180 dramatic version of Small Gods a little bit. I know there's probably differences, but I
Small
would
Gods
like
is
to read
very
Small
different from American Gods. It's
Gods.
very different, but it's Small Gods I think works really well because it does do like the
Shadia said she
Discworld stuff.
reread Color Magic and loved it. I'm just gonna shut my mouth now. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Raph. You're saying something about Small Gods.
Yo, Oso, glad you're here. Oso is the person who made the wonderful thumbnail of you and me as cowboys.
Woo! Yeah. Thank you. I enjoyed it a lot. You guys make good. You guys make good thumbnails. Though I think my favorite one is the one where you were talking about fantasy as a narcotic, and it's just you standing there with like want some fantasy books.
Yeah. No, Small Gods I think works really well because it is a standalone Discworld novel. And it has an actual like very compelling serious plot, like no jokes, like it's a very serious plot about like, you know, religious war and stuff. It's brutal as fuck in some
Oh,
parts.
okay.
It also
Maybe I'll
has
give it a shot.
it also has like all the jokes, and it's all about religion and gods, and makes fun of
Oh
them
man, I
while
love
still
that.
taking them seriously.
I want to.
I
I
think
love
that,
reading about religion and gods. You know, it's like no, no. Oh, Going Postal. People tell maybe I'll read Guards and like Going Postal and just kind of getting some because like from all accounts, from what I've heard, you can kind of just skip around with Discworld a little bit. I'm sure there are places people recommend to start, but I'm like, hey, if I can skip around, that's fine. I'm like, I'm good to go.
so I had to laugh at Ori's joke because it's so good. The book starts with the great god Om speaking to his disciple by saying "psst," because he
Oh
wants to get his attention, and it's so good.
no, it's the other day it's kind of funny. I was on Twitter, kind of little non sequitur, but it's about religion, and there
Yeah.
was someone talking about because biblical angels are like these weird, eldritch abominations, and
Ooh, yeah.
and then there was someone who's like, what if a guy was just tripping out and he saw a peacock? Because peacock has like weird feathers and stuff. I'm like, man, that would be hilarious.
Dude, here's the thing. Like a couple of years back, I was in Warsaw at a conference, and we also went because I have friends who are also into archaeology and stuff. We went to the archaeological museum in Warsaw, and there used to be like a Coptic church, like really old Coptic church, that got swamped by may have been the Aswan Dam or a different like Nile Dam. It was originally in Sudan, and it was excavated and taken apart, and like half of the stuff is in Sudan somewhere, so probably very much unavailable at the moment. And the other half, because it was done half by Sudanese archaeologists and half by Polish archaeologists, the other half is in Warsaw, and there's some insane stuff on those like murals and stuff like that. It's like angels with like eyes on their wings and the whole fucking 9 yards. So the whole like peacock thing does actually sound realistic because you have like it's like
Damn.
5th, 6th century like paintings of like angels that have like eyes staring at you on their wings and shit, like crazy stuff. So yeah.
Sorry.
So much for like the whole like angel stuff. Yeah, biblical angels are super fascinating. I had like a lecture once in Byzantine archaeology where you can see how like the version that we have of angels now, like the somewhat androgynous people with wings. How you can see how they are sort of like a transformation of statues and images of the Greek goddess of basketball shoes called Nike.
Yeah, it's right.
But that's the thing. It's like Nike goddess of victory
Twitter for the rest of the day.
Like Nike was depicted as like a goddess with wings, and they turned like a lot of statues when Christianization happened into angels. So you can see how the image that we have of angels, like, which are very different from your descriptions of angels in the Old Testament, which are four wings and a whole kind of crazy shit, right? Is very different from like your typical angel depiction, but that one is very much like
those are the popular conception are cherubs, if I remember right.
Yeah, and those cherubs are still taken from, because cherubim in the Old Testament are still very different.
Mm-hmm.
But the image that we have is very much taken from like Greek depictions of the goddess Nike, and I know it sounds weird because you always think of like fucking basketball shoes at this point. But you can trace how those like depictions of like a Greek goddess were sort of like turned into Christian idols through the Byzantine era, in the post-Constantinian era, in early, like late antiquity, early medieval period, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's I took a mythology class a few years ago, and it's quite interesting. One of the things I found really interesting in that class is every single mythology, or well, one could correct me if they're more they're more well versed in mythology than I am, but most of the mythologies I've read have a flood narrative. I thought that was really fascinating. And I'm like, so wait, so that must mean that some kind of big flood must have happened. Either that or the mythology writers were trading notes. Something like that. I have no idea. But I thought that was really interesting,
Chadia, which Nike temple in Athens did you go to? Sorry, it's Athens. I'm always curious about Athens, but anyway, I mean, I feel like the idea of like a flood is something that is so deeply ingrained in like most people's memories, and the way that mythologies kind of build up is, you live in your village and your village get flooded, and then you tell a story about that, and then it kind of spreads, and because everyone has had that situation, right? It's like, look, like a few thousand years in the future, you have like the mythology of the Floridians, and they will talk about a fucking deluge.
Yes, the great Florida man myth in the future. I'll see the day.
But that's I think like the point where you have like a flood myth everywhere, is because floods happen.
Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. I don't know, but I found that really interesting though when I took that class. It was a fun class. I enjoyed it. I took it during the COVID season, so we couldn't actually meet and talk about it, which really sucked. But
okay.
It was fun, like reading through it and learning all these myths and stories.
Oh, definitely.
And thinking like, oh, we could do way more than like pseudo medieval, Europe fantasy. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm like, we could do so much. Look at all these cool stories you could be playing with, and you're not doing it. I mean, maybe it'd be, people would start probably yelling about cultural appropriation if like, random fantasy writers started, writing about stuff like, it's in some of these other mythologies, but come on, guys, get it happening. We gotta get something going here. Though I think that I do think we are starting to kind of move away from that kind of Tolkien model of pseudo medieval Europe, though not quite. It's weird. I mean, I made a video about this, so I mean, it's.
I mean, to be fair, like Tolkien is not that medieval. I mean,
well, no, I guess not. I'm kind of quoting the popular conception here, but
I mean, it's one of those like fun things that I always find interesting when I play Dungeons and Dragons, for example, and people think that like the world that like Dungeons and Dragons displays in, say, like the Forgotten Realms or like Greyhawk or
Right
whatever
back.
is medieval. I'm like, medieval is a terrible term because what you might call the Middle Ages roughly run from like 500 BCE to not BC, like CE to 1500 CE, roughly, depending on where you are in Europe, right? So it's geographically sort of like confined to mostly Europe, and it's 1,000 fucking years, and stuff changes a lot. And like Tolkien's like Lord of the Rings part of the world is maybe 6th, 7th century filtered through romanticism. That's so different from like 12th century France. That's so different from like 13th century Germany. It's so different. Like it's the whole idea of like medieval Europe is already like so weird.
My conspiracy theory is that things that get popular sometimes it's due to luck. I know, very shocking, but
Yeah.
I mean, for some reason, this Oxford professor who wrote a fantasy saga he's been working on just for fun got big, and now it's kind of the fantasy that most people kind of look back towards, you know. I mean, I find that stuff really interesting, you know, kind of like, you know, the whole literature versus genre thing, or can genre become literature? I mean, it's kind of annoying with the double standards, but at the same time, I find it kind of fascinating. Like what makes literature per se? Like what does that mean? And I feel like a lot of people don't think of that. Maybe I'm being a little too esoteric.
And yes, Ori, you're right. Of course, it's already happening. I'm glad it's finally happening. It's like it's one of those like fascinating things that I'm like currently like realizing when I'm doing the whole like Ian McDonald thing that I'm currently going through. It's like it doesn't feel like super revolutionary when I'm talking about it now. And like, yeah, but he was a white guy doing this in like 1995, talking about Kenya. Obviously, like 30 years later, this is not revolutionary, and I'm glad it's no longer revolutionary. I'm glad we don't have to rely on like Northern Irish dudes doing that work. But it's interesting how much like the publishing industry has shifted over the last like 20 years, 15 years, or whatever. When they finally realize that you can actually talk to people that don't live in the UK or the US and maybe get them right, maybe publish their books. So I'm glad it's finally happening in that regard.
Yeah, no, I need to. I've been so behind on science fiction. I mean, the last science fiction book I read was Ubik by Philip K. Dick with my friend Darko. Because he wanted to read a PKD book, and I'm like, all right, I haven't read Ubik yet. It's considered one of his best. I liked it. I don't know if I think it's like
Ubik is so fucking good though.
I did like it. It's really like I'm impressed with how much Philip K. Dick could do with like 200 something pages.
I love that whole opening when he wakes up and he can't get out of his room because he hasn't
that's
paid
hilarious.
the door.
I love that.
and that's when you're reading that and like, holy shit, this is super funny. And then you go like, well, but like, how much of your life is already based on fucking microtransactions? Like,
yeah, man, he was really on the money about that.
Yeah, it's like, it may not be your door, but it's so many other things where like, yeah, but you haven't paid this part. You can't do this. You can't use this now.
Man, he was on the money about that. It was I really liked I liked it. I don't know if I don't know if I'd put it in with one of his best. It is one of his better books, though. I do enjoy it. It's not quite as I want to say out there, because all of his books are out there, but there are some of his books I've read where I'm like, okay, he's just spinning his wheels.
But Rabin, that's kind of the point, right? It's like it is one of the best moments because it is so fucking real. It's funny, and then you go like, well, yeah.
Like at first you're like, it's kind of funny, you know, you're just like, this is ridiculous. And then you think about it for a minute, like, maybe it's not so ridiculous. No, it's, I mean, I've read a lot of his famous ones, like Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which I think is probably his most efficient novel in terms of like pacing and moving along.
Yeah.
Scanner Darkly is probably my favorite. I also like
That
Man in
one
the
is
High Castle.
brutal because, yeah. It's
Talk about the.
one of the most brutal and realistic depictions of drug addiction that I know.
It's one of the saddest books I've read. I mean, it's really funny as well, but it's really like, especially towards the end. Like, my God, it's brutal.
I feel like that opening part about the dog is so fucking depressing.
Mm. I mean, yeah, it's a really sad book. Um, I mean, I also liked Man in the High Castle. I liked its thought on like causality, and you know, I also liked it was a study of the world and the people living in it rather than like a generic, you know, oh, scrappy underdogs.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll play Wolfenstein for that, but you know, aside from
Yeah.
that, I respect Philip K. Dick for doing that.
Yeah. Robin, yes, I was just going to bring up that fucking seat warmer thing, and now you brought it up. It's like, yeah, that's the point. It's like, he absolutely fucking predicted the whole microtransaction thing in that one. And that's like why Ubik is so good. It's ridiculous. And like, read it again and just pay attention to the description of like outfits that people are wearing, and you'll be fucking blown away by how ridiculous people are dressing in Ubik.
Yeah, no, it's kind of funny. I was thinking about if they made a movie, which, by the way, if they do, please do rotoscoping again because it worked out very well in A Scanner Darkly. But anyway, like get like Walton Goggins in there as Joe Chip. That'd be you'll be. I think he would be weird enough to do a Philip K. Dick adaptation.
See, and that's why Ralph Bakshi is one of the unsung heroes of cinema.
Oh yeah, no, I watched his Lord of the Rings adaptation, or as I like to call it, Lord of the Rings as imagined by Frank Frazetta. Fun stuff. It's actually very good. I mean, I don't really like what they did to Sam in the movie. He's just kind of annoying, but aside from that, it's fun. I enjoy it. They did a good job. I kind of wish they did a Return of the King with Basky, but oh well.
Yeah. No, it's like in general, like I love like, and you just like mentioned like the Frank Frazetta thing. It's like, and didn't Ralph Bakshi also sort of like help work on Fire and Ice with Frank Frazetta and like basically everyone else who was ever cool? I think he did.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, I mean, I haven't seen Fire and Ice, so I won't comment on that. But I do like the Lord of the Rings movie he did. I mean, it's not the Jackson films. I mean, come on, but it's good. Like it's pretty well acted for the most part. I mean, again, Sam is pretty stupid. They really did not do Sam a lot of
Yeah.
favor. But it's good. Like the guy who does Gandalf is good. They get John Hurt as Aragorn. He's freaking awesome in as Aragorn.
Yeah.
The guy who
I
plays
think like
Gollum, I mean, it's not Andy Serkis, but the guy they got for Gollum's pretty good too. Like it's a good movie.
I think like what's interesting is that you can see how fantasy sort of like in appreciation shifted between like Bakshi doing this in like the late 70s and Jackson doing it in like the late 90s, early 2000s. Like Lord of the Rings, Jackson's Lord of the Rings is a movie for adult people, like young adults and adults. It's not a children's story. And Ralph Bakshi's story is still sort of kind of made for children in like the aesthetics and everything. It's obviously, you still have like fucking, Nazgul and everything. So it's not, for 5-year-olds, but it kind of shows how like the public's sort of like understanding of fantasy has shifted from like this is stories for kids to this is stories for like at least people of every age. And I think that's interesting to see when you compare the two in that regard.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, it's one of those weird like cultural phenomenons like Star Wars is,
Mhm.
Um, I mean, man, I don't. Do you think the movies are really the kind of why we have the popular conception of Tolkien nowadays, or is it the books? I think it's both, but I mean, I could be wrong.
I think it's the movies.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's.
I
I
think it's
mean, I won't
very
argue
much
with
the
that.
movies.
I mean, I really enjoy. I mean, I enjoy all three of the movies. I mean, I do think Return of the King gets a little bloated, a little bit, but aside from that, it's. I think they're all very good movies. Um, it inspired me to go get the books, and I really enjoy the books. I still think it's one of our great fantasy sagas.
Yes, and I think,
Um,
and that's why I say, like, I think it's the movies, because like a lot of people
it's always
went
the movies.
and
People
got the
don't
books because
read.
they saw the movies. Hmm?
Leanne said that the movies are better, and I rolled my eyes a little bit because I think like I think the movie does do some things better than the books, but I think the books also does some things better than the movies. I don't think I think it's a very I think they're very complementary of each other.
But I mean, and the thing is, like, a lot of people read the books after watching the movies, and the first thing you get to will always sort of like inform your impressions. Like, people that watch the movies before reading the books will always have the images in their heads from the movie, right? Or like, unless they try real hard to do something else, right? It's like, because like, if you imagine Sam and Frodo, do they look like Elijah Wood and whoever plays fucking Sam?
Sean Astin.
Well, I don't know.
Or
And
you
that's
think of the little guys from from the Bashki version?
no. It doesn't matter. It's like, you watch the movies, like, Gandalf looks like Ian McKellen to you, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
And that's sort of like what I mean. Is like why I think the movies are more influential now, because a lot of people saw the movies before picking up the books, and even though they read the books now, they will always have those images in their head, and that's just a fact. It's why I think, why I kind of got so annoyed about the Andy Serkis audiobooks.
No, it's I mean, I won't say too much more about the movies. I haven't seen them in a while, but I mean, I like I said, I think they complement each other very well. I mean, I think Lord of the Rings books has more,
Yes.
there's a lot more history and lore, and like they explain a lot of stuff. Like there's the Scouring of the Shire, which they don't do in the movies, which is kind of sad because because like the Lord of the Rings books kind of ends on a sad note, because like
Yeah.
Frodo. I mean, yeah, they beat Sauron, but at a cost. Like Frodo is basically like a veteran after a war.
Yeah.
He's just shell shocked.
It was so
And
funny. Like, years ago, I watched like a video by a booktuber about like Grimdark, how Grimdark is like adult fantasy and stuff. And one of the people there, he was a self-described Grimdark author, was like, well, it's not like Lord of the Rings, but like, in Grimdark, like, actions have consequences, and people don't go into battle and come out victorious and have like no scars or whatever. They are like marked by the conflict. It's like, have you motherfucker ever read fucking Lord of the Rings? The whole fucking story is about someone coming back and having fucking PTSD and not
I
being able
mean,
to live with it.
I
That's the
mean,
whole fucking point.
I mean, Tolkien talks about the long defeat in some of his personal writings. So, I don't think Tolkien is a pessimist by any means, but he definitely had some grim views about certain things.
Yeah, it was just like so fun. It's like, no, we write Grimdark. Like, people go into battle and they lose like body parts and stuff. Like, let me tell you about Frodo of the Nine Fingers.
I mean, that does happen in the movies. He freaking gets his fingers bitten off by. Oh, did
I feel like
said that? I don't know.
Could be. I think, like, the thing is, Christopher Tolkien is kind of right, but on the other hand, like when it comes to like a popular sort of like perception of fantasy, I think the movies did a whole lot of like they made fantasy into something that like adult people that are not just like nerds can talk about and feel still like grown-up people. And I think that's like the biggest service that the movies did to like fantasy as a genre in general. It's like without those movies, no one would ever have like even signed a deal for fucking Game of Thrones and so forth. So like they were like important in making like fantasy something that is acceptable for people over like the age of 16 without IT jobs.
Yeah, I mean, like also again, I need to reread Lord of the Rings at some point because it's been a while since I read them last. I mean, good lord, I read them when I was in the 8th grade, maybe. It's been a while. It's been a while. Like
Yeah.
a lot of people are talking about the scouring of the Shire. I'm like, oh yeah, shit, that did happen, didn't it? That was weird. No, it's yeah, I mean, I think Tolkien. I think Tolkien is grimmer than some give credit, even though I
Yeah.
do think I do think he believes that people's better natures can, prevail.
I think like the difference is more and that's sort of like where I think like George R. Martin kind of comes in, right? Is Tolkien is absolutely grim and dark, and like Tolkien said that The Lord of the Rings is a book about death, which is a statement. I'm just repeating that. It's like the difference is Tolkien is not very graphic because he wrote in the 50s and 40s.
Well, no, I mean, he's pulling. I mean, he was pulling from like, good lord, he was pulling from like Norse sagas and like English folklore.
Well, yes, Kender don't have too many fingers. Kender have too many hands. That's kind of the problem. Um, no, but the interesting thing I feel is, in a lot of ways, that grimdark, or like what George R. Martin did with, especially like Game of Thrones, is like bringing like 80s and early 90s television sensibilities into fantasy. It's graphic, like the violence is very graphically like it's very graphic in its description and stuff. And obviously someone like Joe Abercrombie, the next level and so forth, you end up with something that people think is sort of like realistic and adult and so forth. And Tolkien, who doesn't actually tell you about all the entrails and how everything smells like shit because people are dragging their fucking guts through the mud and shit like that. He doesn't tell you about that, but it's always implied. So people claiming that Lord of the Rings or like Tolkien is not dark or is not adult or whatever, and Grimdark is much more adult, they are just lacking the imagination because they need to have it spelled out in a way. And I think that's sort of like the problem that I have with that. It's like, don't get me wrong, I have a lot of problems with Tolkien. But it's, you can't claim there's no consequences for actions in Lord of the Rings.
No, yeah, no, I agree. No, yeah, I agree. I hope that's not
fucking Tasselhoff. Gods. Here's the thing. It's like I'm not a fan of Dragonlance. But years ago, for ways that I don't want to talk about, I got my hands on like a really old TSR approved sort of like radio play, like not an actual audiobook, but like full cast, much abbreviated like radio play, audio play, whatever, of the Dragonlance books. And that was like one of the corniest things I've ever listened to, and it's but also so fucking cool in the way it was so cool with its like really shitty synth like soundtrack, and it's over enthusiastically acted voice acting, and it's like very like late 80s, early 90s. And you can, because I got it like digitally, so you can hear like how the tape and the cassette was sort of like not always running at the same speed. And I have like a lot of nostalgic feelings for Tasselhoff in that regard. But like, holy shit, I fucking hate that guy.
It's one of my gripes with Grimdark is that it doesn't really take itself seriously. I mean, like take like George R. R. Martin. I know we kind of disagree on this, Ramp, but like there's a moral universe at play here in the Song of Ice and Fire universe. There is a moral universe in the First Law universe. It's very Elroyian. But it's like it's not just grim and violent for the sake of it. There's a point to it, rather it be that like system holds you down, or your actions have consequences. And I feel like a lot of, as you often do, people take the wrong lessons from popular things, which Bookborn made a pretty good video about a while back. I was actually going to make a response to it. I just haven't gotten around to it.
I don't know. Like, I personally don't like the term grimdark because most people talking about grimdark, including the Grimdark magazine, because fuck those people.
Don't like John Morrow?
I have never talked to him. The thing is, there's a very clear explanation where the term grimdark comes from, the whole history. I've talked about it. I've cited my sources. They go like, now grimdark means this and this. Like, no, what it means is Joe Abercrombie getting pissed off by some fucking Christian nationalists complaining about him having too much dirt and guts in his and swearing in his books, and go like, well, in that case, I'm gonna call myself grimdark if you're gonna call me grimdark. And that's where it comes from. And people don't understand. There's like, no, it's this like very specific, grown-up, realistic form of fantasy writing. It's like, no, it's not. It's a bunch of people being annoyed by stuck-up conservatives being pissed off and just owning the slur. You should, like, even if you think that like an actual genre came out of that, if you call yourself the Grimdark magazine, have the fucking honesty and guts and like professional attitude to actually put the history in there, motherfuckers. With your fucking Patreon asking like money for like your PDFs and whatnot. Fuck you for that bullshit. Like, be professionals if you pretend to be professionals. And that's like the thing that annoys me so much. Like I've read a bunch of their like reviews, and their reviews are full of fucking mistakes. Like, why am I paying? Like, obviously I'm not paying, but like, why are you asking money on your Patreon if all your reviews on your fucking website are full of mistakes? Not just typos, but like factual mistakes. Do you have an editing staff or not? Because if you don't, stop asking for fucking money.
Well, I didn't mean to start a rant.
It's about fucking integrity. It's about professionalism. Seriously.
Raph, I wanted to tell you something real quick, because you were talking about Joe Abercrombie. I bet you felt real validated the other day when Joe Abercrombie went on that Between Two Ferns parody show, and he talked about people have accused him of anti-Semitism. I smiled. I'm like, oh my God, Raph is gonna love that. He's gonna be like, yes, I am validated.
I have accused him of anti-Semitism. I think my argument is valid.
I know you haven't like. I know you probably don't think like Joe Abercrombie himself is like anti-Semitic, but I know you said he used like anti-Semitic tropes in his work.
That's the point. He used some very specifically anti-Semitic tropes in especially the second trilogy. And I don't think it was on purpose. I think it was just more like using stuff that he just like used because it's like powerful images, and maybe don't.
No, it's yeah, I mean with Grimdark, it's just like, good Lord, it's like they don't take themselves seriously a lot of the time. That's what frustrates me. Though there's some good stuff. Like I read Beyond Redemption, which I thought was fun. It's a very visceral book, though. Surprisingly,
I haven't read it yet. I want to read it because I think it might be interesting.
I'm curious what you'll think. Because they use a lot of German words. I mean, it usually means insanity, but still, they use a lot of German words in it.
I've heard the German words are really bad because he's apparently not. He didn't like have like a German speaker actually check his stuff, so it's apparently bad German.
I've heard that too. But I mean, I thought it was pretty good. I'm like, if you're gonna do Grimdark, like that's how you do it. Like, make it as visceral as possible.
Have you like? and I'm careful saying this, but like, have you read the Land Fit for Heroes trilogy by Richard K. Morgan?
No, but I know Joe Abercrombie likes it. I've wanted to try that.
Well, he said it's like the darkest thing he's ever read. So
it's. I mean, it's I just get again. I think Bookborn made a pretty good video about learning the wrong things from popular series and shows and movies we like, and it's not new. That's like that's one of the oldest things that's happened since the beginning of the written word, you know.
Well, I mean, like, if you have time, like, read A Land Fit for Heroes. As I said, like, I'm always wary recommending Richard K. Morgan at this point, because he got sucked into the very specific British fantasy author hole that I feel Michael Moorcock probably escaped by just like living in the US at this point. But which, I mean, he's a fucking turf.
Yeah. Oh, gotta love those.
Which, I mean, like, the full I stand with Maya Hofstadter and J.K. Rowling, full on bullshit. It's like, I fucking hate that, because he used to be really cool, and Anyway, A Land Fit for Heroes, especially the first book, The Steel Remains, is probably the best possible way of doing grimdark, because it's Joe Abercrombie without the irony. It's 150% adrenaline and rage for like all 400 pages or however long it is.
I thought Richard K. Morgan was American.
No, he's British.
Oh, he's British. Okay, I don't know what I'm talking. Don't listen to me, ladies and gentlemen.
No, he's British.
No, it's like, yeah, it's. I mean, it's frustrated me for a long time. I mean, people have done it with like Watchmen and comics. People have done it with like Lord of the Rings, and people have done it with Dune. I don't even really like Dune all that much, but people have done it with Dune, and I mean, I know I'm probably going to get some flack for not liking Dune, but I'm not a real big fan of Dune. It's just like, good Lord.
Ori, you're right. It's like, I don't get it, but like, yes, there's a very specific form of turfness that is very British, and I have no idea why it is that way.
British just hate trans people, I guess. I don't know.
I feel like British people just like hate everyone, including themselves, but
a lot of people don't like the British. I mean, British have pissed a lot of people off over the centuries.
Like, I know a bunch of British people. They also don't like the British.
I'm wondering what Oso means, as an author or just as a person, because I mean, that's an interesting point, because like a lot, what I find interesting about Michael R. Fletcher is he really takes from that kind of Moorcock weirdness of like the Elric and Eternal Champion stuff. That's what I found interesting about Beyond Redemption.
He's definitely like a funny metalhead. I like his Twitter handle is Fletch God Apocalypse, which is a reference to like a death metal band called Flesh God Apocalypse, which sucks. It's not a good band, but I appreciate the joke.
I appreciate the pun.
Yeah, I did it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I mean, maybe I'll read the rest of those books, but I'm like, first book was pretty good. I don't really, or I thought it was fine. I didn't really think it was. I mean, I can see some people finding it cringe-inducing, but I thought it worked for what it was, trying to do, which is make people as uncomfortable as possible. And I'm like, all right, it succeeded there. Yeah, I would like to try Richard K. Morgan, because it's like one of the few fantasy books that like Joe Abercrombie is, well, not saying he, I mean, he said that he doesn't read a lot of fantasy. I don't buy that for a second, but I'm starting to
Samwise.
Shit, but
no, like you should try it. It's a very fast read. It's a very fast read. It's a very angry read. It's also probably got like the most explicit gay sex scenes you've ever read in like a fantasy book.
Yeah, and one of the main characters gay in that book. I think that's a thing.
Now, this thing's like, he wrote that, and then he just like he had like a bunch of blog posts where he just like posted like the most angry hate mail he got from like fantasy fans complaining about him writing gay sex scenes, and go like, well, fuck you.
I don't get that. Like, what, come on, like, don't get angry. Like,
that's the point.
People get angry over the stupidest shit. Like if you don't like fucking gay sex scenes, don't fucking read it. I hate to sound swarmy, but like, what else can I say? Like, if that offends you, then that's your problem, buddy.
I think the problem there is that you have okay, there's several layers of that. The first layer is that you had like a bunch of people that read obviously like Altered Carbon and got the wrong message from that and thought he was like just into big guns, cool sunglasses, and action. And then got confused by and kind of ignored all the leftist, anti-capitalist, and whatever messaging of that show and those books, and then got confused by his fantasy series being
cyberpunk's
very
a very
anti-church and very
genre. I mean, it's I mean,
there's a deeper layer there, but Britton, I have a task for you.
Oh, okay.
Because I was irresponsible. I drank 5 large pots of black tea today, and I need to take a piss, and you got to entertain all these wonderful people while I take a piss, and then I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
All right. Well, I mean, I'll hold the fort. I'll be like, hello, ladies and gentlemen. So recommend me some things or ask me things. Feel free. So,
I'll be back in a minute.
It's a lot of, oh dear. A lot of, well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Seems I have taken over at the moment. So ask me anything. As long as it's not too personal, you can ask me anything about any books or whatever. Comics and books and whatever. I've just, the tragic Sooners fan. I'm dying over here today, and we were actually doing pretty good, and then we snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. So fuck this. No, I'm kidding. I still love the Sooners, but what am I reading right now? Favorite ice cream flavor, cookies and cream. And what I'm reading right now, I am hoping to finish The Night either today or tomorrow, probably tomorrow. I'm hoping to have it finished tomorrow or sometime this week so I can get The Wizard started in November. And I am reading The Goon by Eric Powell, which is a lot better than I thought it would be. I thought it was going to be kind of dumb and stupid. And it is pretty dumb and stupid, but it's dumb and stupid in a really fun way. Like, it's very pulpy. I'm also... I'm kind of taking a break from it right now, but I am reading Moonwitch Spider King, which is I'm hoping to finish at least November or December. So we'll see how it goes. Yes, I am reading some Wolf. I am curious to see what you would think of this, Sam, because it's Wolf's take on, I don't want to say epic fantasy, but high fantasy at least, or portal fantasy as the booktubers would call it. It's pretty good. I like it more than I was talking about this earlier, but I like it more than The Land Across, which was I thought was really stupid. And the only thing I remember is there was like a muddy hand running around murdering people. But I like the Wizard Knight though, or I like the Knight. I mean, Wolf. I'm struggling with Wolf's tendency to just throw a bunch of shit at you and just that's his style apparently. But it's good though. I like the references to Norse myth, and yes, there's a lot more gay sex in Marlon James. It's much more explicit in Marlon James than a Gene Wolfe, because Gene Wolfe is very much a kind of daring do kind of author. Hello, Ralph. I was just talking about Gene Wolfe with Sam. He was asking me if comparisons to Marlon James to Wolfe. And I would say, yes, I can see the comparisons. You know, it's funny. There's a dramatis or personae. I probably butchered that. I apologize. In this book, that's very reminiscent of the people who appear in the account of Moonwitch Spider King, though that is not something Gene Wolfe invented. That's one of the it's a very old thing of storytelling. I mean, Malazan has it, and so. I would say it is very Wolfian. It's just graphic sex and graphic violence and graphic gay sex, which I know Gene Wolfe. I don't know if he would have portrayed that. There's also were hyenas and big giants who don't like being called giants. It's yeah, no, sorry, I'm just shooting. Yeah. But no, I'm liking the night. It's just Gene Wolfe, man, he's throwing a bunch of shit at me, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
I just love the fact you can tell that the night was written before like internet pornography was like a big deal, because he calls his dog Gilf, and I'm like, you probably don't want to do that nowadays.
It's really. Oh. I'm wondering if there's like references of the Wizard Knight and they have like websites talking about it, but I would love to see that. But there are some references I'm catching, like Norse. There's like the Jotun. Liam very much picked this up. They used the Old English word for elf, which I thought was really neat.
Yeah, he uses the elf with the yeah. No, the Wizard Knight is a fantastic series. I loved it so much because it is.
It's a lot of fun. I'm liking it. I'm just kind of like
it's less like serious, I guess, in the way it's written, compared to say Book of the New Sun. It's because simply by the main character, like the narrator, being
having fun writing it, I don't know what he's referencing, the big boned, unless he's referencing South Park, which no, but in Black Leopard Red Wolf, they're ogos, they're not giants. If you call him a giant, he might pull your head off. He might punch you through a rock. No, but yeah, no, sorry, Ralph.
No, it's so good. I really enjoyed Wizard Knight. It was just like fun because it was, yeah, Gene Wolfe clearly having a lot of fun with Norse mythology and Arthurian legends, and to go like, hey, look what I can do.
I mean, it's good. I really love this copy I have of it, which is the Tor version. I really like medieval paintings for whatever reason, and that's kind of the style they went with for this copy here. So I really enjoy it a lot. It's definitely one that I'll have to reread again, because it's like, I'm sure there's things in this I'm not getting. Maybe if I read it again, I'll get it more. We'll see.
I have not gone through Pirate Freedom. Sadly, I'm sorry. But it's a Wolf thing. It's one of those that don't exist in audio, so I would have to use my Buccaneer skills to find an ebook somewhere and then have my screen reader read it to me, which I guess is what you call Pirate Freedom.
Yeah, it's I haven't read that one either. I'm curious what Sam would think of The Land Across, because I'm like, I read that first, and I'm like, what the hell is that? No. I do like the Wizard Knight.
I did enjoy The Land Across, but I've been to a lot of like different parts of like Eastern Europe and the Balkans and stuff, and I get what he's trying to do, and he does capture that weird sort of like
basically him trying to do like a Gaiman or Mieville novel, and it just doesn't work. Or at least in my opinion, it didn't work.
I think it kind of works if you've ever been to like post-communist Eastern Europe, but that's like a very specific vibe. You have to, kind of be there to understand how it is and how it feels.
I mean, aside from that, not much. I'm hoping to get to The Things They Carried by Tim O'Brien this November.
Ooh, that's a brutal one. It's a really good one, but it's a very brutal book.
I'm gonna read a couple for Veterans Day. I'm gonna read that and The Yellow Birds. so I'm hoping that'll be good.
Have you ever read All Quiet on the Western Front?
Yeah, a long time ago. I liked it. It's pretty good. I'm sure it has. I'm sure it's interesting for you because you're German, or maybe not. I don't know.
There's that.
or maybe you cringe at the Germanness of it. I don't know.
No. It's in that regard, it's very interesting to compare it to, say, Storm of Steel by Ernst Jünger, which you don't want to read because he's a fucking fascist, sort of.
Yeah, no. Oh man, I mean, I have thought of reading like The Black Company because like apparently like that's very like gritty, like proto grimdark, I guess if you want to call it that. But I just call it dark fantasy. Though apparently Steven Erikson likes it a lot. I read the foreword he did in the Tor version when I was at a bookstore.
When he calls it Vietnam fantasy on peyote.
Yes, I've heard it be called that. But yes, I'm hoping to read The Things They Carried because it's a book I've wanted to read for a while. And
I think so.
Good.
I've read. I was lucky. I read The Black Company before a series before I read Malazan, and I think at this point, The Black Company is probably my favorite. If I had to make like a ranking, which I don't.
Oh, it's not.
But The Black Company is
That's surprising.
No, I think it's Black Company.
All right, I'm kind of surprised. I mean, you talk about Malzahn so much.
I've also made a video for each Black Company novel.
Oh yeah,
I know people don't know that because people think that Alan and Jake Bishop are the experts on Black Company, which I guess they are, but trust me, I've read them like 5 times, the entire series. I do know what I'm talking about when I say they are incredibly good.
Yeah, yeah, I'm curious because it's like I mean, military fantasy is often thrown around. Let me just what grinds my gear, Raph? Like YouTubers keep throwing these freaking terms around like portal fantasy and fucking flintlock fantasy, and it. I mean, I'm trying not to throw shade here, but it's like it's kind of annoying because you're just kind of juggling all these things around.
In particular, because most people throwing those terms around don't actually know what they're talking about.
Or yes, isekai, which is basically portal fantasy, Japanese portal fantasy, whatever you want to call it. That I'm like, if I hear someone say portal fantasy one more time, I'm gonna go into my hidey hole and just cry for a day or two. Well, someone's probably going to do that out of spite in this now that I've mentioned it. But I'm just, it's kind of frustrating. I'm a little, not frustrated, I'm a little irritated with it now. Because I'm like, if you're going to use these terms, use them right. Like, call it sword and sorcery,
I Samwise, I have gone through Malazan on audio only. It is doable. It's no big deal. There's like it kind of depends on how you read stuff. You can just like listen to those books and go like, wow, this is all awesome. If you need more like information and stuff, what I highly recommend is actually the English Wikipedia has a list of Malazan Book of the Fallen characters. It's like in alphabetic order, and it just tells you which character is which character and in which books they show up. And if you want to, find out about like spellings and stuff, that's like, I feel like the best way of going about it, because it doesn't actually tell you more than like, they're like this kind of character and they show up in these books. And you can always stop because the books are always listed in, chronological order and not in like alphabetic order. You can just like double check if you're like really careful about like spelling of names. But beyond that, you can just listen to the whole thing. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna do more immersion reading. Like, I'm hoping to read A Brief History of 7 Killings next year, and I'm like, I really kind of want to do that on audiobook and do like an immersion read because I'm really interested. Because I heard he does like a lot of patois in that, and I want to see how they how they do it in the audiobook. We'll see. We'll see.
Here's the thing, like, to go back to the knowing what they're talking about, because I think it's important to, because I don't want to come across as arrogant. If you use specific, no, seriously, it's one of like my biggest like issues that I have in general is like that people think I come across as arrogant or whatever, and I don't want to be that. I think that if you're using specific terms, you need to know what those terms mean, and there's very specific, clear meanings for stuff like portal fantasy and so forth. And if you're using portal fantasy, you have to say like, this is a portal fantasy, which means, we have characters in our world that go through a portal into like a different world, and then we explore that other world. You don't have to explain that, there's a very specific colonialist aspect to portal fantasies, but you need to be sure what you mean by that. It's not just a portal, it's something that comes beyond that. It's like, and that I think is sort of like, once you go out and make videos, you need to know what you're using and like define terms, because otherwise it kind of gets like super messy.
So, and yeah, there's like certain traditions, like there's British fantasy. There's also like that sword and sorcery and epic fantasy and high fantasy that like people don't really know anymore, which is kind of sad. But it's like, I mean, flintlock fantasy, that makes sense because it's fantasy with like muskets and stuff. But then again, then you go with something like Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. I'm like, okay, do you call that a flintlock fantasy? Is it an English fantasy? Is it like what is it? Like is it English fairy tale? Like what is it?
It's supernatural Regency literature.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Mike, you'll be okay. The second Black Company novel is very, very different in style from the first one. The first one is basically a collection of novellas or short stories or whatever you want to call it. Each chapter is basically a novella, and some of them were actually published as novellas in some magazines and stuff before. The second book is very different. It has much shorter chapters, has a very different style. It's more like a noir, hard-boiled kind of story. The third book is even different, and like style and voice and stuff shift from book to book. So if the thing that's holding you back from reading the second Black Company book is that you don't want to read like another book like the Black Company, you're not going to read a book like the Black Company. It's a very, very different book in a very different style.
Yeah, I mean, I won't comment because I haven't read it. So, I mean, there's just so many different styles of fantasy. I mean, though Chadia says I call everything fantasy. I'm like that. I mean, well, what do you mean by everything? Do you mean every book? Then okay, yeah, sure, you could say that. But like, there's a particular genre called fantasy that is the genre of the imagination.
There's a quote by Gene Wolfe about that. He goes like, all fiction is fantasy. It's just like that fantasy is more explicit about it.
That's a fair quote. I mean, what can I say? And it's I just I mean I'm irritated with a lot of things on book 2, but it's probably not going to change anytime soon. And look, I was talking with a friend of mine the other day about different types of writers, and I just was like, you know what, you can nitpick a lot of these things, but it's like the best way of describing them, at least right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's very simple. It's like fantasy is books with dragons on the cover, and science fiction is books with like spaceships on the cover.
Well, sure, if you want to really anger a lot of fantasy and science fiction fans.
Generally, I do.
Well,
because that's like the annoying part. Is like, look, we're all reading books, and we were talking about like the idea of like literature earlier, right?
Yes, I
no,
think
this is fantasy. This is science fiction.
And did a video called "Is Fantasy Literature?" The answer is yes, by the way.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like Ori, I agree that you have to use some shorthand. I get that.
That's fair, Chaudia. I mean,
The problem I have is that that people don't think it's shorthand, but think it's like fucking law. It's like, no, I'm not walking down from the fucking mountain using my fucking clay tablets, yelling at you to take away your fucking science fantasy golden calf and just like accept the truth of fantasy or science fiction. I'm going like, this is more swords and dragons than spaceships. They may still show up. You may still be at fucking Barrier Mountain or whatever it was called. And
that should be a thumbnail. You walking down the Mount Sinai with the with the tablets of science fiction and fantasy.
well, that's the point. It's like, of course we use shorthand. I'm calling something, but that doesn't mean that it's not the other thing. It's just like it's closer to this, and that and I mean that's obviously like a problem that like we need to label everything and like put it into boxes and stuff. And there's that's maybe a reason for that. And that's maybe, you know, the whole thing that like how enlightenment turned into quantifying everything into positivism, which does really help fucking capitalism.
I mean, the problem with the Enlightenment is that it assumes people will just reason their way out of everything. When sorry, people don't work like that. At least not always. We can reason our way out of things. We just have to be pushed a little bit. Usually, our first reaction is, "Oh no, everything's sucking."
I really hope I'm not Moses. Moses' job sounds really bad. It's like incredibly stressful because you have
to deal with all
Moses.
these people.
Moses is like a really stressed middle manager with like an incredibly choleric like fucking boss and a lot of like underlings that don't actually do what you tell them. I don't want to do that job.
That's a good analogy, actually, for Moses.
It's like, you don't want to be Moses. It's like, sorry, we don't have like the returns you want, God. It's only 40% believing. The rest is like in this golden calf field. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's it's one of my oh god, it would be stressful being Moses, to be honest with you. But no, I get it, shorthand. I'm trying not to be unreasonable. Like that's I'm always wary of coming off as one of those unreasonable gatekeepers in my videos. I'm like, I think I do a good job at it, but I try to be wary of that because I don't want comments being like, oh man, Britton, I don't want those comments that are like, "Hey, Britton, people just use these for like shorthand." I'm like, okay, I get that. I try to acknowledge that.
Yeah, but that's kind of the other things. Like fantasy as a label has turned into a genre, though, right? You have like these situations where like people writing specifically to write the most fantasy thing that ever fantasied, right? And there's like stuff that has sort of like created to the label of fantasy where you're like, this is clearly fantasy, and you have to have these specific elements to make it the most fantasy thing that ever fantasied. And that's like the interesting thing, how like labels turn into genres and turn into like, a specific thing afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's capital. I mean, it's capitalism's fault, isn't it, Ralph? I'll take that as a yes. No, I'm kidding. But it's man, I like romantasy is one of the just like, I hate to say it because I don't want to sound like a gatekeeper, but it's like one of the worst things that's happened to fantasy in a while. It's just like, oh man.
Well, Samwise, if you want, I can expand on capitalism. I can expand on literature, and I can expand on the other one.
I hope it's not my latent misogyny coming out talking about why I think that romantasy is cancerous, but I'll just be nice and just say it's not for me, ladies and gentlemen. It's not for me. Maybe there's good ones out there.
Okay, so the interesting thing about literature that I found really fascinating, and there's like a really good book. I need to look up the name. It's about the modern making of myth, and it puts the whole idea of like what literature as like literatur kind of means as a term that was coined in like the late 18th, early in mostly like early Romanticism Germany, which means that it's like fiction writing that is sort of like including literary criticism of other fiction writing, but using fiction to do that criticism. And that's sort of like where literature as a term kind of comes from, is like books about books is how literature was originally sort of defined in the late 1700s and early 1800s. Obviously, it's gone a long way since then, but I think it's important to understand that, or like know that specific sort of like origin, because so much of like what good books do is like be in conversation with other books and take what other people have written and sort of like react to that and either like take the same thing and move it forward, or like aggressively write against that. But like be in conversation with other books is sort of like a key part of what makes literature is like be in conversation with other books.
No, I mean, what's wrong with romanticy? Okay, you know what? Maybe I was being a little, edgy there, but I mean, the ones I've read, I have the same problems I have with some of the YA dystopian books I've read. Like a lot fun ideas, it just turns into a teen soap opera. Like who bangs who doesn't really interest me. I'm in your I'm really though, Chuddy. I'm in your same lane. I'm not really like I don't. It's fine. Like it exists. Like it's kind of like book talk. Like I think it's kind of cringy, but like, hey, if you're reading, it's great. Just I mean, you're probably reading books I wouldn't like, but hey, you're reading. I'll take it.
Look, Mike, I don't think Game of Thrones is romantic because so far the dragons have not fucked.
No, there's been a lot of people fucking. There's been a lot of siblings fucking, but there's no dragons fucking.
It's only fantasy if also the dragons are horny. Hey,
No,
Colden, how are you doing?
I did read Speaks to Nightbird, which was fantastic. From Robert McCammon. So I was talking to Colton about it. He was very pleased.
It was so fascinating when like Simon Schuster or like their fantasy division like emailed me and asked me if I wanted to talk about their newest, like the next sensation in romantasy, and I'm like, you guys know who I am, right? Like, you emailed me specifically and asked about this. Like, you sure you want me to talk about this?
It's funny. Mike says that. I'm like, yeah, that's what Winds of Winter needs. We need dragon fucking. That's how we'll get the series back on track. No, it's
I want to say this, like, aren't dragons like reptiles? Aren't they like hot-blooded? Isn't like fucking in the Winds of Winter like very much something that reptiles wouldn't do?
Maybe, I have no idea.
I guess we have to wait for like a sense of spring.
It's like, look, I don't mind reading books about people banging each other, but like, be honest about it being a book about people banging each other. Like, at least in Emily Henry books, like they're honest. Like people are gonna bang in this book. Though I've heard Emily Henry's actually pretty good, so we'll see.
Okay, honestly, like here's the thing that I find interesting is like because so much of fantasy, and especially traditional fantasy, is very much targeted towards a male audience.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about stuff that is older than like 5-10 years, I guess, roughly. A lot of it is very specifically targeted towards a male audience. It does shy away from like very clear depictions of emotions in any way, shape, or form. And romance, even without sex, is very much like the kind of like display of emotions that a lot of like that is not covered in like classic models of masculinity. And when you read like a lot of like older fantasy, you can like no one's ever fucking emotional. I mean, beyond like Tolkien, where like
I have not read
hobbits are
GTK.
constantly kissing each other and weeping. But like after that, you have this like whole thing where everyone is just like always like super like, stoic and whatnot. And even if they have sex, there's no display of emotion. I think that's something that kind of haunts the whole like romantic discourse in a lot of ways.
That's one
Because
of the
like
things I like about like Mieville and Abercrombie. Like they can actually write sex like pretty well for the most part. Though with Abercrombie, it's more like he captures the like weird, awkward sex stuff. Mieville's good at like romantic sex, or like, hey, sex is something that people really enjoy. I have not read GTK though, so sorry, I can't comment on that. He is one I want to try though.
Shadia, yeah, I've read like the first. I have like read the Fiona Watt trilogy, and I've read what's it called? Tigana, that's the word. I've read those, and
I'm thinking either Tigana or Lions of Alasan first, or Al Rasan. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that. I think it's Rasan.
but that's my point, Colton. Right? It's like he writes sex scenes like they're like fight scenes. It's like, here's my thesis. Dudes and male fantasy readers are scared of like actual displays of emotion, which is why people like mostly a male audience is so fucking dismissive of romantasy. It's like and I'm part of this, right? I have never read romantasy. I'd probably be incredibly dismissive, but a large part of that is that I'm incredibly uncomfortable with like explicit displays of emotion.
Well, fantasy's always had a weird thing about sex. I mean, Conan is weird about sex, and Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser, gore. Enough said on that.
I feel like Fafhrd and Grey Mouser are sort of different in that there's always this sort of like
I know,
not always, but mostly there's like a layer of like sort of like irony where you can like, it feels like First Labor is aware of the fact that Fafhrd and the Mouse are fucking sexist pigs, right? He's aware of that, and it's sort of in there. It still can be, painful to read, I guess, but
no. Yeah, I keep trying to get Jimmy and Amanda for that. It's just Amanda moved continents, so that's really awkward. Though her fiance is a big fan of the Marlon James Dark Star trilogy, so I'm like, I like this guy. But yeah, and Jimmy is like playing coy with me. He's just like, I thought we were going to talk about the whole thing. I'm like, yeah, I changed my mind. We got to talk about the scar sometime soon. But we'll, no.
Yeah, but I think it's one of those things that's important to understand. Is like, I have not read romantasy, and I have no interest in those kind of things because I'm I'm a product of like 90s toxic masculinity. I don't think I'd be comfortable with reading romantasy. It'll be hard to read that kind of stuff or romance, which probably says a lot more about me than about any of these books. But I'd rather not do that than be the kind of people going like, "Oh, I read Fourth Wing and it's so bad." It's like, is it bad because it's badly written, or is it bad because you have a problem with like displays of like emotions and shit?
Oh, I read like part of it for a show I did on my channel, which is discontinued because I couldn't keep up with it. But I mean, you read it and like,
no, Chad, you're going for the OG. You're not going for the main female character of Lord of the Rings.
I thought the main female character was Galadriel, but
the main Ori was talking about Shelob.
Oh yeah, I know who he was talking about.
Chadia went for Ungoliant, which is obviously much cooler.
Yeah, no, it's.
Ungoliant is like the MILF spider.
The MILF spider. Yeah, no. It's kind of funny with the Baz leg because it's weird because Perdido Street Station is my favorite of the trilogy. Jimmy's favorite is the Scar. Amanda's is Iron Council, so that'll be interesting when it
Hell
gets
yeah!
to, which is hilarious. It's just that I don't know how it worked out like that, but it just did.
Wait, Amanda's favorite is Iron Council?
Shelf Unstable Amanda, not
Okay.
not Strange Mentality Paper. I am curious to see what you would think of Bazlag though. I mean, it's definitely oh
Okay.
I'm like I'd say the Scar's easier to get into than Perdido. That's interesting, Chadia.
It also has pirates, which is cool.
Yeah, that too. They basically get impressed or press ganged depending on which side of the continent you're on. They don't start the War of 1812, but they do have a battle, and it's a really good battle.
Well, if you can't get into the Scar, Chadia, that's actually good news because that means you're not actually like infectious disease, I guess.
No, but yeah, I just love the raw creativity in Perdido, and also just I love exploring the city of New Crobazon. There's this sense of adventurousness with the tone of that book that I appreciate a lot, and just how vivid it is.
There's a really good book that I think is worth reading. It's a nonfiction one. It's Farah Mendelssohn's The Rhetorics of Fantasy, which does use terms like portal fantasy and liminal fantasy and others, and define them, and uses a lot of like different books to explain that. And Farah Mendelssohn does use a lot of like space to talk about different Baslack novels to explain stuff like liminal and immersive and portal fantasy. So
I mean,
I think it's
with the Scar. I felt with the Scar it was more of a like I don't want to say traditional fantasy because it's definitely not that at all, but it definitely I don't know if it was as vivid as Perdido was, but I really like the world of Armada and also just kind of that it's a great story too, I think.
When I talk about unbridled imagination, have you guys read Finch by Jeff Vandermeer? Because I know everyone is reading, obviously, the Southern Reach stuff, but like, have you guys read Finch?
I want to get to his Ambergris series. I just haven't gotten to it. I had a friend who reviewed it who basically called it Diet Viraconium, but I haven't read Viraconium, so I disregarded that completely. But
Finch in particular is really interesting. It's like noir. What if like Nazi occupied Paris was like a fantasy city and Nazis are actually shroom people? By which I mean mushroom fucking people.
Oh sure, yeah. There's a lot of imagination. I mean, shit. The Anvac and the like mosquito people in Scar is insane. Like it's ridiculous. I mean, in a good way. I mean,
yeah.
It's yeah. I mean, and I read Iron Council. I thought it was like eh. I read Embassy Town. I was like eh. And then I read City in the City again. I'm like eh. It's good. So I'm like yeah, this is good. No, I would like to read some more. I was going. I did think about.
Have you read Kraken?
I started Kraken. I was liking it, and I put it down.
Kraken is so fucking wild.
Yeah, there's the villains in that, the two they're like a ripoff of the Neverwhere bad guys basically, but I loved them. They were fun. In the tattoo. I want to pick it up again and read it, but the
knuckleheads.
No,
it's got some really cool bits in there.
I actually think Born is my favorite of Vandermeer's books so far.
I haven't read Dead Astronauts, Chadia, but there's a band called Dead Astronaut which I really enjoy, but that's a very different thing.
Yeah, no, it's but I was liking Kraken when I read it. I just I
Kraken
want
is
to pick it up
so
again.
cool.
Um,
I just
yeah,
love like
after
the
reading Bazlag,
wildness of
curious of
Kraken.
reading Kraken. I want to read Kraken after reading Bazlag because there's a kind of similarity there. I remember, like with the arcane language.
Yeah.
I have not read King Rat, but they did put out a new version, and I am seeing it at my local bookshop, and I am considering picking it up. I've heard it's kind of his take on the Pied Piper, which is interesting.
I have not read King Rat, no. I'm currently like, I guess I was going to say knee deep into Mormonism, but I guess I'm more like elbow deep at this point. I have read Embassy Town, Chadia. I enjoyed it. I think it does some really interesting stuff linguistically, philosophically, and so forth. But it's also, it's Mieville being like a maybe too full of himself.
Yeah, I thought he got a little too cute with playing with the language, which is another problem I had with Iron Council. He kept getting too cute with the concepts, I thought.
Like, it's still good and I get what he's doing, but I'm like, you're very much like trying to come across as like the smartest person in the room, and maybe sometimes sacrificing readability for that, which is, rich coming from me as someone who's read fucking Infinite Jest, right?
Oh, you read Infinite Jest? What'd you think
I
of
have
it?
read it. I have read Infinite Jest, yes.
Yeah, no, I haven't read King Rat yet. I do want to read Unlondon. I thought about reading it this year, but it just kind of slipped through the cracks. But another book I've but yeah, I think Bazlag is very underappreciated, and it's kind of sad because it's really good. At least the first two are in my opinion anyway. Iron Council. I mean, there are people who like Iron Council. Shelf Unstable really likes Iron Council for whatever reason, but I mean,
It's
there's a
about
little stuff in
fucking
it.
worker resistance. It's good. It's about strikes.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, it's not me being a angry capitalist saying boo workers, put them down, but it's just like it's pretty good there, and then when it gets to the Gollum stuff, I'm like, this is fucking not interesting at all, and it just drags. You're like, oh my god. But the political resistance I thought was interesting. That was an interesting part. I'm like, if you had just done that and not the
Yeah.
magic train shit, you've been fine.
Hey Jen, glad you can make it. Ori, I feel like I don't think the two villains in The Truth are like based on Neverwhere. I feel they're far more like very explicitly based on Pulp Fiction. Like very explicitly based on Pulp Fiction in with that whole fucking the whole fucking cheeseburger joke that he makes. So yeah, I think it's but yeah, I mean maybe the villains in Neverwhere are also based on Pulp Fiction.
Oh, sure. I mean, I would
I
say
don't know that.
Gaiman was the first one who really did that in terms of showing that fantasy doesn't have to be medieval, or well, maybe he's not the first, but he's the one in our modern. That's why I think he's one of the more influential. It's what I guess is kind of my spicy take. I think he is one of the more influential fantasy authors of our century, anyway. Personal scandals aside. I was having a conversation about this on or actually no, you were there. It was on Matt's show the other day when I was in Florida.
Wait, you didn't like the last days of New Paris, Chadia? I don't know. I'm not disappointed. It was very, very artsy.
Isn't it the one where the surrealist paintings come to life and start killing Nazis?
Shadia, are you channeling Evie now?
That's. I was gonna talk about that earlier, talking about books that have gotten popular on BookTube. I am shocked that The Spear Cuts Through Water blew up on BookTube because it's such a because I'm only speaking off of the little bit of the Amazon sample that I've read. So please take what I'm about to say with a huge grain of salt. But it's kind of because it's a very experimental book. It's a very weird book from what I've seen. And like people love it. It's blown up. It's kind of like when McCarthy was blowing up a few years ago on BookTube. Like I was very surprised. Pleasantly, I might add, because I think more like books that take chances should get more attention, like Bazlag or that isn't Neil Gaiman, because like Neil Gaiman is just that weird, somehow he's made it work that we don't just have to do medieval Europe over and over again. But yeah, I'm very surprised that it blew up as much as it did, because from what I read of it, it's a really bizarre experimental book.
No, it's a really good book. Okay, so before we move on to more Speak Out the Water, Charlie, I did enjoy The Last Days of New Paris, but I also spent a lot of money on the Dream Haunts of Paris Kickstarter for a specific tabletop role-playing game that is all about like H.P. Lovecraft's Dreamlands mixed with surrealist artists in the 1930s in Paris. So
that sounds awesome,
I
actually.
was already it's really cool. It's also incredibly artsy and weird, and that's sort of like I was already like so deep into fucking surrealism at that point when I'm like, yeah, I get it. It's so cool, but it's like a very, very small, very specific audience.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of a common thing with American Gods. It's a very polarizing read, which I find is kind of interesting. I just am on the love it scale. But going back to Spear Cuts to Water, I'm again very surprised that it's blown up. I need to get Evie to read Bazlag and the Dark Star trilogy, and I can be like Thanos and rest content on a backwater planet to Grateful Universe.
Also, I was just like talking about why I am okay with The Last Days of New Paris and why Chadia hates it. We're also talking about like why Spear Cuts Through Water is actually a really good book, which it is. I have to admit that. I did not talk about it in public because sometimes I just read books for myself and don't want to talk about it because I want to keep stuff just for myself and not do booktube about it.
I mean, that's fair, so I can't, because Gaiman is too close to me. At least his work is too close to me. I can't bring myself to give them away. But I won't begrudge you for giving your books away.
No, but like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, and American Gods, I think it's okay. It's a solid book. I don't think it like. Okay, hot take. I think like the best novel that Gaiman ever wrote was actually Stardust.
Yeah, that's interesting. A lot of people say that's one of his weaker ones.
Because I think like American Gods, like I like the premise of American Gods. The execution is kind of lame.
Oh, okay, that's fair. I don't know when book 3 of Dark Star is coming out. I've heard rumors that it might come out in 2025, but I don't fucking know. I hope we don't get into a George R. R. Martin situation. I would die if I finish Moonwitch Spider King and I have to wait for a fucking decade for whatever the third one's going to be called. Oh, okay, that's Pharaoh. So I thought maybe you were just kind of I thought you were one of those people who got angry and sold it out of spite because of the whole. That's fair too. I mean, Sandman, again, like I said, Gaiman is a bit too close to me. I can't bring myself to just give up my books that I have. We'll
Like
see.
Good Omens. Good Omens is absolutely fucking brilliant. I love Good Omens. It's yeah, but that's a very me thing. I love Good Omens.
You know, I like the people. You know, I like the people who come out of the woodworks and go like, "Oh, he was never a good writer anyway." Well, you didn't say that fucking 5 years ago when none of these allegations came out. So fuck yourself, audience. But I digress. Might be
No,
me
the
just being
thing is, like,
defensive.
I've enjoyed Good Omens. I think Stardust is great. I've read some of its other stuff, but I've never been a fan. And even if, and that's like the other part is like maybe that's me coming from the heavy metal background where you have like so many beyond problematic kind of stuff in your background. It's like I'm used to the fact that like artists that like gave art to me that made that I really enjoyed turning out to be absolute fucking dickheads is something I'm already used to. And I feel like the fantasy genre has not yet been there. It's like my second heavy metal concert I ever went to was an Iced Earth concert. And it was like one of the things that like actually got me really like even more into heavy metal. Yeah. And the main guy of Iced Earth, guitar player, songwriter, and everything, got recently sent to prison for being, for storming the Capitol in like January 6th, 2021. So I'm used to having to deal with the fact that like stuff that was formative for me being done by fucking absolute massive dickheads.
Yeah,
so I feel like I have a leg up there.
After Me Too, I'm like, oh fuck, I don't know who I should like anymore. But I just don't like people moralizing about these kind of things. But I don't want to go into that rabbit hole today. I made my video about it. That's kind of all I want to say at the moment. But yeah, no, it's what was I gonna say? Oh, going back to Dark Star trilogy. I hope we don't have a freaking Scott Lynch, George R. R. Martin situation where we have to wait for a decade for something new to come out, but we'll see.
Well, Colton, yes, I am BookTube's second biggest Pratchett fanboy. I mean, I might be its biggest fanboy because I guess there is Pratchett's biggest fangirl, so I guess we're good there. But like, the amount of time I've sunk into Discworld reading is a lot. Like I've read like all of them at least 5 times, most of them more than 10 times at this point.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I mean, though Lynch is kind of coming back with some Locke Lamora stuff, so maybe I'll see if I can find that short story he put out recently, and maybe we can finally get the Thorn of Emberlane. Though I'm kind of new on the waiting for another book train for Gentleman Bastard books.
Chadia, that's so good. Cohen the Barbarian. And it's so fucking glorious. And that's like why fucking Terry Pratchett is so good. It's like, okay, have you, Britton, ever watched the Conan the Barbarian movie? The old Arnold Schwarzenegger one?
Yes.
There's a scene in The Light Fantastic when we meet Cohen the Barbarian for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And they're sitting around a fire. And the chief is asking, what's the best thing in life? And someone talks to the other one goes like, well, hear the lamentation, see them vanquish before you and hear the lamentation of the women. And then the greatest hero of Discworld, Cohen the Barbarian, has to answer. He goes like, warm water, good dentistry, and soft lavatory paper.
That's good. I like that.
Do you understand why Terry Pratchett is so good? Because he does do the really dumb fantasy jokes.
Yes.
But they come from a very specific point of knowledge.
Yeah, like doesn't he just play with all the fantasy archetypes in this world?
They change over time. They change a lot over time. Like like the first couple of novels are very specifically making fun of fantasy tropes, and especially like also like Dungeons and Dragons and role playing game tropes. Then it moves towards all kinds of different stuff over time, and the later books become far more specifically political. Like seriously, like Discworld is incredibly political in a lot of ways. Like very explicitly so, and yeah, it kind of changes over time, which is like why I think it's like super helpful to read Discworld in publication order at one point, because you can see how the style changes, how the world changes, and how the author changes over time, and how different things become more explicit. Like at some point it gets way more feminist and talks about like gender issues, and then it talks more like about like labor issues and class issues, and it kind of depends on where he's at the moment. And that's like what makes Discworld so interesting, because Discworld is fantasy, but it's also about like whatever Terry Pratchett was angry about at that specific point in time.
Yeah.
And it's always about what Terry Pratchett is angry about, because Terry Pratchett was always angry.
Well, Colton, I am going to at least read Gardens of the Moon in 2025. Now, when? Don't know. Probably during the summer, but I'm planning on doing it. Because a lot of people have been. I actually have a good gag I want to do for my Malazan review whenever I get around to it, but I'm trying to keep it down low at the moment. But yes, I do hear that he does a lot of interesting things with the Conan archetype and the Elric archetype, even though he claims he's never read Elric. So.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing, Colton. Like, have you read Erickson's essay on the problem of Karsa Olong? Which is when Erickson talks about like how Karsa kind of sort of relates to Conan and stuff. And I think it's like interesting to read that to see where he's coming from, because
that's if I get there. That's if I get there, guys. So that's if I get the House of Chains, because isn't House of Chains book 3? Or is that book 2?
House of Chains is book 4.
Son of a bitch.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm gonna say this: like, people that read the first part of House of Chains and go like, "Fuck yeah, this is like Conan," don't understand what Conan is about, and don't understand what Karsa Olong is about. And I'm not calling you Colton, because I think you do understand what it's about. I'm just saying that the incredibly successful booktuber from Texas, who may have been very proud to vote for Donald Trump before, said that it was his favorite part of like all of Malazan, and he has stopped reading Malazan. And that says a
But
lot. I'm
I thought
just saying, like,
Conan
if
was about like
what?
individualism and
No, it's Mike from Mike Books Reviews being a fucking idiot and asshole, and not getting that it's actually not cool to be that guy.
okay, just straight up shooting, firing off, guys. No, it's but like it because like my interpretation,
I've made
Conan's more about like individualism and living life on your own terms and stuff like that.
Conan is an incredibly depressed, disturbed incel getting Nietzsche wrong, which is hard because Nietzsche was already an incredibly disturbed incel.
Nietzsche's fucking hilarious though. Like, have you read some of the stuff from like the Birth of Tragedy or Beyond Good and Evil? There's some hilarious shit in that book.
That's like the other part that people often misunderstand with Nietzsche. It's like Nietzsche's writing is incredibly ironic. Like Nietzsche would have been like an incredible poster. Like Nietzsche would have killed it on Twitter. And that's like important to understand. Like so much of what like Nietzsche does is just like, because like so much of like Nietzsche's writing is just like aphorisms, which is like posts basically, short sentences and stuff. Like it's about like provoking people. It's about like shit. Nietzsche is shit posting the entire time. Not the entire time. And there's certainly like a philosophy underneath it, but like so much of the writing is shit posting basically. And people don't understand it because like, yeah, I'm gonna be like that. It's like
it was a great impersonation. No, it's like it is kind of a power fantasy, but at the same time, like there's like, well, I don't know if I would call Howard self-aware. I won't go into that. Then that's for another conversation. But no, I'm looking forward to it because like one of the things that really kind of finally was like, okay, I'm gonna give this Malzahn a try, is that Erickson isn't just pulling from the Tolkien model again. Like he's pulling from like older, like Howard and Fritz Leiber, and apparently there's references to the Odyssey. Raph, you can correct me on that. But I'm really interested to see like an epic that isn't in that kind of Tolkien model. So
it's very much not in that.
well, I'm
Mike,
fascinated to see how it would work. Really, I mean, I wouldn't. I guess you could say like Black Leopard, Red Wolf isn't, but like that's more of a kind of sword and sorcery take. Really, it's but with African mythology and stuff like that.
yeah.
But I'm really curious to see what an epic fantasy that's not informed by Tolkien as much would look like. So
Yeah, Mike, I'm not actively. I'm trying hard to not rip other booktubers. I just like have a personal issue with Mike.
well, okay, there is Elric, but is Elric really epic fan? I consider it more sword and sorcery, but whatever. I won't go
Eric
there.
is sort of in the middle of something, I think.
It's like take sword and sorcery, but make it weird. Ooh,
Okay, the important thing here though is when also said like like in Cameron Esselmont read Elric is that Stephen Erickson has or claims to have not read Elric until after he wrote the Monazin Book of the Fallen. And I will not go into the details, but you will understand why this is an important thing.
What is the Vor? The Vor is something else entirely, to be honest with you. The Vor is like, take Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness and turn it into an epic fantasy, kind of. That's what, or not really an epic fan. It's weird. Like, it's like steampunk, fucking out there, basically all the stuff that Brian Catling thinks is really cool. There's also a lot of sex in it.
Colton, you don't have to read it. I think it's interesting because it's both for the people that don't get it, and it's also about him trying to sort of like wrestle with like how to write a barbarian character and doing that. So it's interesting to get like his perspective on it. But no, you don't have to if you you don't have to. I think it's interesting to see it's sort of like he's going through like this is why I did it this way, and this is what I'm trying to do, and this is and so forth. So it's if you're interested in like the motivations and the ways authors do stuff because they want to do something specifically, then it's interesting.
Yeah, but sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you again. It's just kind of like again, it's hard to describe the Vor because the Vor is kind of like in that Perdido Street Station, Black Leopard, Red Wolf. Well, even exceeds them because like there's not really a tradition that Catling is pulling from. Really, it's kind of just take the Heart of Darkness and like Raymond Roussel, who's one of the characters in the books. He's the Frenchman, by the way. Who wrote this book called like I forget what it's called. It's like Impressions of Africa, I think. And he basically turns that into a fantasy. That's kind of the thing about the Vor. It's kind of hard to put it in a box, which is why I find it really fascinating. Kind of in the same way I find Black Leopard, Red Wolf, or Perdido Street Station really fascinating, or even American Gods for that matter. It's kind of hard to put him into a neat box. I have read Hollow. Me and Raph did a video about it, actually. I found the Vor more interesting, but I appreciate what he was doing in Hollow.
A couple of Hollow is just like more concise.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot of that weird, like, there's no, like, Edward Muybridge in it, which I don't get. Like, Chania, if you understood what he was going on about with the Edward Muybridge stuff, let me know, because I still have no idea what he was doing with that. Well, aside from sharing themes, but, I won't go into that.
Well, like with the Stormbringer things, like I don't know. There's a wonderful sort of like it's from like an older panel interview thing with both Cam Asselmont and Stephen Erickson when they're talking about the whole like Elric Stormbringer influence on Malazan and a certain dude with a black sword. And Erickson goes like, well, I hadn't read like Elric at the time. And Cam Asselman, who was the game master at the time, like when Erickson created that character for their old like role-playing game. Erickson and Asselman is just like sitting next to us like, well, but I have. I had. And it's so funny because yeah.
Well, then I'm screwed, Chadi. I can't help you about that.
The fact is, there's a lot of like Stormbringer in there because Cam Asselmond had read Moorcock and turned a certain character down that road, and Erickson didn't know what he was doing at the time, which is super funny.
I do hear that like they bring people back to life in Malazan. So I've heard it's kind of like a D&D campaign, actually, which is funny because apparently that's how they started out, was a not D&D technically, but a tabletop game. Again, using shorthand here before people start correcting me. Oh yeah, read Black Leopard, Red Wolf out loud. It really enhances because he's pulling from African storytelling, which a lot of it is from the mouth. Black Leopard, Red Wolf is all about that. It's all about stories and how people tell them. I don't want to go on my Black Leopard, Red Wolf rants because then I'll start harassing Raph to go read it, and he's like, "No, I'm waiting for the third book." So yeah,
yes,
I don't want to have that conversation again.
I've read all the other Mullen James books.
So yeah, he gets what I'm talking about mostly. I've
only just read waiting for it.
No, yeah, no, but going back to Malazan, I am fascinated in seeing an epic fantasy that isn't, Tolkien inspired, or even Howard. Well, he did say he has read Howard, and there's people talking about the character who was based on Conan, but it would be interesting seeing a different look into epic fantasy. that makes sense.
Oh, it is. It's very different. It's deconstruction of Conan. Ooh, Britain. Now
Yes.
that Jadia has given up on it, you want to read Blackheart Man by Nalo
What?
Hopkinson?
I saw your video talking about it. I'm like, oh, that actually sound. I added it to my list. I thought about picking it up after seeing you talk about it. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll give it a shot. Though I make no promises on when I'll get to it.
It's really cool. It's also got like an incredibly annoying main character.
Oh boy, that's always fun. I don't mind annoying characters if there's
No,
a point to be annoying.
My main problem was like I was reading this like I'm that guy. I'm very much that guy. I fucking hate him. Shit, I'm that guy. I'm so close to Vikosi that's like it's really bad.
No,
But like reading the book and going, yeah, shit.
Oh boy, are there Winnie the Pooh references in in Malcontent?
There are no Winnie the Pooh references in Malazan, as far as I know. There might be a Discworld reference in there, although Steven Erikson claims that he hadn't read Discworld at the time as well. But I'm not convinced.
No, it's
Well, that's in like book 9, I think, or book 10.
No, it's yeah, apparently well, AP Canavan says this a lot, but it's like a commentary on the fantasy genre, which, you know, that could be interesting. I just hope the story can live up to the lofty ambitions that Erikson talks about. Because, you know, I've seen interviews with him, and he seems like he's very interested in being taken seriously. He wants to be taken seriously. So,
Chadia, like I don't hate myself that much. I certainly had points in my life where I needed to be slapped. And yes, Vikosi needs to get slapped, and he kind of gets slapped at the end. But yeah, look, it's got a beer drinking camel. I'm very much a fan of this book.
Yeah, no, it's apparently he also likes Edgar Rice Burroughs, which, like, I think Edgar Rice Burroughs can be a bit goofy, but hey, I'll take it. Planetary Romance needs a comeback. We need a comeback in Planetary Romance.
I've only read the first. I've only read John Carter on Mars, and I'm like, I don't know, man.
I mean, I would love to see like a modern take on like Planetary Romance. I mean, I did read The Strange earlier this year. Wait, Colton, listening to you about what? Is it about House of Chains? Because I mean, I don't know what he's referencing. He'll probably text me later. He says he's not listening to me, or you're not going to listen to me. Well, I will. It depends on what it is you want me to listen to. Imagine like Winnie the Pooh as like Conan. It would just be like, what is best in life? Honey. And just fucking start smashing his face with it.
He would be right.
I'd read that. And Piglet is like his like Gray Mouser, you know, kind of, you know, companion. But yeah, no, I'm actually looking forward to Malazan now, because it's like, you know, there's a lot of, though it seems to be kind of divisive for people, as I've noticed. We've talked about it before.
I think it's like with Malazan, I think it's divisive for people who have a very sort of like rigid idea of like how books, or especially fantasy books, are supposed to be written, because that's not what it is, right? It's the same thing with like the Black Company as well. It's like it kind of absolutely throws you in with like no explanation beforehand, and you're gonna figure out what's going on over the like next like 3 books or whatever.
Yeah,
So
that's kind of what I've heard. Just kind of throws you into it. Reading part 1 of House of Change. You know what? Maybe. I'd would it make sense? I have no idea. But you know what? Just for you, Colton, I will see if I'll give House of Chains a look. And if I don't
I
understand
feel
what's
like,
going on, I'll blame you for it.
okay, so here's the thing: you can technically read part 1 of House of Chains, and you have to stop after part 1. That's important, because after that, it kind of requires to know the rest. But like the first part of like, and then like the books are split into like books. They, I mean, every volume is split into different books, and the first book of House of Chains is very much like separate from everything else. So you could technically read that on your own and not actually get spoilers for anything else. So that is possible.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll do that. I'll be like, all right, Colton, this guy's cooking, or they'll be like, this guy's out of his mind. I don't know, but I am at least going to read Gardens of the Moon, and if I like it, I'll continue on. Though a lot of people are saying that I will like it, so that pleases me because I want to like things. Believe it or not, I know I come off as a very skeptical, cynical individual, but like I want to like things.
Yeah, it's like, and as Colton says, like the first part, it's basically a novella. It's separate from everything else. So you could technically just like start with that part if you wanted to.
All right, yeah. Maybe I'll read that and then I'll read Gardens of the Moon and just completely mind fuck myself. It's like, it's like though I mean I've read Black Leopard, Red Wolf, and that book is not that book can be daunting, so it can't be that bad, right? Which is famous last words, I understand, but I'm just saying.
Uh, uh, both like what you both two said, like the thing is like Malazan is like, and what makes Malazan work so well for me, what makes Erickson so one of my favorite authors, like Malazan is not there to entertain you. Malazan is written to change the world. Stephen Erickson wants to make the world a better place, and the way he could do that is by writing a fantasy series. But that's the point. This is not just entertainment. This is to make you go and be a better person afterwards, and that can feel like work, I guess. But it's important to understand that's the core of it. Like Malazan is about making you a better person, and I personally appreciate that because I like people putting the Stephen Erickson put his fucking heart into this, and by heart I mean like literally, like, which is like, well, like way
He
every like
removed his
kind of
heart and
criticism
put it
of
on
it,
the
like,
page. Like, just
oh yeah,
cut it out.
yeah, definitely, and
like just running with it.
no, but it's like it's one of those things that people don't understand. It's like why he's sometimes did react like very raw towards to criticism is like this is not just like entertainment for him. This is like Stephen Erickson wanting to make the world a better place. That's the point.
Yeah, I mean that's a way of putting it. I Yeah, I mean, I'm reading The Wizard Knight right now, and that's pretty, that's something. I don't know if it's the same thing as Malzahn though, because again, I'm just talking out of my ass about Malzahn at the moment. It's I read one where he was talking about his dad being an alcoholic. I think like some
Yeah.
people were getting mad at him because like I don't know. He said something, but really he didn't. He was just kind of, he was responding to this comment he got, and he thought it was interesting, and it was a mess. It was a mess.
Yeah, that's that. Like what Ben says, like that's the point. Is like Stephen Erickson is and has always been like in every interaction with, like his blog posts, whatever. He's incredibly open. He's incredibly vulnerable. It's like yeah. And that's part of like what makes the whole thing so valuable in a lot of ways, is that this is like one man bearing his soul in the one way he knows how to do it, and that's like by writing like thousands and thousands of pages of epic fantasy. But this is personal. This is like very personal. This is not just entertainment.
Yeah, it's that's interesting. Though there are other good fantasy books about being pissed off at the world I enjoy, like The Song of Ice and Fire and the Joe Abercrombie stuff. Because like a lot of people call like Joe Abercrombie, cynical and having fun with it, which sure, he has fun with the darkness of the world, but he's pissed off that the world is this bad. Like, or at least he's using the fantasy
I would
setting to
agree.
commentate on his world.
I agree,
He's
but
using his
like
world to commentate on our world, I should say. And like people don't see that, and it's really irritating. Because like,
I
oh
think
man, the characters. And I'm like,
I
those are
think
good.
like obviously like Joe Abercrombie is absolutely pissed, but he's always using irony as a shield. You'll never actually get like Joe Abercrombie's personal feelings. With
Oh sure,
Malazan,
yeah.
you get with Malazan, you get like the raw Stephen Erickson. There's this quote that I posted like today again because it kind of came up again. It's like it's from the second novel, and it's like children are dying. Who needs history and
You're
books?
laughing while saying children are dying.
The whole tragedy of of humanity is encapsulated in these three words: children are dying. That's Stephen Erickson. This is about like very raw emotions, and there's no raw emotions in Joe Abercrombie because it's always going to be sort of like at an ironic distance, which is
Yeah, it's more
brilliant.
like social satire. At least, again, I've only read the first trilogy, so I mean, it could change in the second trilogy. But I mean, it's but like, yeah, he's very satirical
Yes,
in many of his depictions.
Stephen Erickson does have a lot of humor, and yes, a lot of the really good comedy is in Midnight Tides. But there's a
Talking to
layer
crap about that
there's a layer of just like rawness in Malazan that I think is different from like other books. It's like shit's very real in there, and that's kind of tied to like Stephen Erickson as an author, having been in situations that were incredibly raw. It's like if you read some of his like sort of like blog posts and stuff, like what he went through and over years, like as an anthropologist and archaeologist and stuff. And
I think the essay was about, it was on Facebook, but I think it was about like trauma or something, or his dad being
yeah,
an alcoholic. I could be wrong, but it was something. I mean, it's him and AP are pretty chill.
Yeah,
I've
no,
heard him.
no,
I
no,
heard
no,
him.
I've done an interview with him once, and he's like one of the nicest people I've ever talked to. He's like super fucking nice. He's incredibly humble. He's like seriously super nice person. That's like the thing. Is like there's this whole thing. It's a blog post. He talks about um when he was like in, was it Guatemala? I think it was Guatemala. When the civil war started, he was there on like an excavation. He has to walk out of that because you know a fucking civil war starts or got started by the US, and him trying to get out of there and on foot walking out of there and walking through like villages that have been, where like US financed right wing militias have killed everyone, and he having walk through that and stuff like that. It's like the man has seen shit, and that kind of comes through in a way that Joe Abercrombie has not seen civil war firsthand, and no one should have to see that. And that's the point. Is, but like, there's a difference in authenticity, I guess, like rawness and like intensity. Is like this shit matters in a way that it doesn't necessarily matter to someone who hasn't been there. It's like it wouldn't matter to me because I've not been there. You know what I mean?
No, it's kind of like if there's one I would compare to Abercrombie to, it would be like James Ellroy, where like yeah, he's pissed that the world is this way, but he kind of like revels in it a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe rebels is the wrong word, but he can look back and kind of laugh at the absurdity, I guess. Like they're having fun while in this while also being pissed at this shit situation we're in.
Yes. But there's a difference between having, describing that from the outside and actually having been there.
Sure. Yeah. No, I'm not, I'm not.
No, there's a blog post that Erickson wrote. I'm gonna send that to you when he it's about like that whole thing when he has to walk out of there and he walks to that village and they find that a goat being tethered to like a place, but it also got wounded during the firefight, and then there's like ants sort of like eating that goat alive, and him having to come to terms with the fact that he has to kill that goat because there's nothing else he can do, but he has to end its suffering, and having to deal with that fact. And that's something that I have not done that. You haven't done that. But that's going to change your outlook on life, and that's going to change how you write about life and death in your books afterwards, because that's something you have to kind of live with for the rest of your life. And that's something that Joe Abercrombie has never done.
Well, sure,
which is good for Joe Abercrombie. It's like I'm very happy for Joe Abercrombie that he hasn't done that. But like, I think that's something you can tell when you're reading stuff like Stephen Erickson, but also when you read
I'll
something
put it this way, like Abercrombie's pissed, but he has fun while being pissed. Does that make sense? Like he's having fun with it. He's having fun with what he's pissed at. Like, are you asking me? Yes, I have seen. I actually was talking about this with Raph earlier. The Between Two Perns. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of how I mean, I think like Martin is also pissed at the world, but he's a bit more sincere about it because, well, us Yankees can be a sincere folk. British people are often more ironic and like to poke fun at things.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Ben. That's what's so important about like Erickson. It's like, yeah, just feel anything. That's the point.
Yeah, it's a good well, maybe I'll read some of Erickson's blog posts or whatever he's doing. I know he has essays and stuff. I've read a couple of his essays.
I have not watched the Between Two Perns interview yet, Colton. I've heard it's about anti-Semitism. I think I disagree with him in some way, because I think...
Well, it's not about anti-Semitism. He just happened to bring that up, and I thought it was hilarious because I thought about you.
Yeah, because it is fucking anti-Semitic. He's using fucking anti-Semitic tropes, and it's hard to deny. It's like
Look, I'm not saying you're
impossible to
wrong.
deny.
I just thought that was funny that he was, you know, talking about that. I'm like, oh yeah, Raph was talking about that in some of his videos.
Things
We
like
talked about it.
I like Joe Abercrombie. I think he's really cool. I like his like presentation online and everything, but like the end of that second trilogy, when what's her name, Rika has the dream, and you have the other girl like, and the pseudo like rail tracks are coming out of her hands, enclosing the world, and it's like, Joe, my good man, you have seen that fucking Nazi poster of the Jew squid enclosing the fucking globe with its tentacles. You've seen the fucking thing, and you doing this with the person that is going to actually be the owner of the banks. Like, don't just fucking don't. And that's like the annoying thing there. It's like, it's so fucking annoying because it's so unnecessary.
Well, I wasn't,
which kind of
expecting
pisses
you.
me off so much.
Yeah. No, I mean it's I mean I'll admit I didn't really get that from we've talked about this, so I'm like, I don't want to go over the talk again, but no, I mean it's I don't know. I mean I haven't read Malazan, so I'm sure it'll be an interesting read. Though again, I've only read a couple of his like essays where he like, you know, talks about stuff in his life and explaining stuff about Malazan, which well, I haven't read the explaining stuff about Malazan essays. I've kind of skipped over those because, you know, spoilers. But yeah, it'll be interesting getting to that. I'm curious how it'll be like, you know, because from the sounds of it, it seems like he's kind of bearing his soul a bit, and I kind of view it's kind of interesting, you know. It's like how I get irritated at people who think of like Cormac McCarthy as like this just cynical pessimist, and I'm like, yeah, but he's mad that the world is like this. I don't think it's just, you know, pessimism for pessimism's sake. Well, unless it's Blood Meridian, maybe.
Yeah. I'm just like, I've been reading so much like 19th century history recently for my like Blood Meridian doesn't sound that much out of the way at this point.
No, well, apparently, like he got it mostly right. Like because you
No,
know,
the whole Glanton gang stuff is very much on point.
Like, you know, I'm admittedly I'm not much. I mean, I wouldn't. I get really obsessive about books that I really like. So I like to, you know, I like to figure out as much as I can about, you know, how they were written and what he was inspired by and all that stuff. And like apparently, like the historical authenticity for the Glanton gang is like right on. Like, you know, at the beginning of the book, he talks about the Leonid. That was real. You know.
Yeah. I feel like the most liberty he takes is with Judge Holden, and that's it.
Oh yeah. No, he was not a bald. He was not a bald albino man, as far as people were aware. No, it's kind of funny. You know, I was talking about Joe Abercrombie. I was gonna use like Judge Holden. He's just kind of dancing with the chaos.
Yeah.
So I can't really imagine Joe Abercrombie naked playing a fiddle. Really, like just I don't see it.
So there's like a heavy metal band that are friends of mine. I've done stuff with them before. They're called Mega Colossus, and they have a song about Blood Meridian called "The Judge," which is, you know, about Judge Holden.
Oh, really? Oh,
oh yeah. I know. And this is like part, and it's one of those like. And it has like this like a bridge part, and we're talking like what he's doing, and at some point, like during rehearsal, the singer kind of improvised, and he switched like the main part into like selling phones on the internet. because it was like all about scamming and I mean being obviously evil and shit. It's like, yeah, that's what Judge Holden would do nowadays, right?
I imagine he'd still be on like the border, still killing people and helping the cartels and shit.
No. He'd be selling crooked phones now because it's about mass destruction.
Scamming people with phones for fun.
Yeah.
Yes, because that's his blood. That's his wanted bloodshed.
Yeah.
No, it's just kind of it's it's a great book though. But my point was he's also kind of mad that a lot of authors are angry. I'll just get that out of the way.
Yes. Anger is one of the great motivators to actually do something and create art, because like if everything's fine, you're not going to sit down and write like 1,000 pages about like how everything is cool. That's not what you're going to do, right?
Like a lot of my favorite writers are angry writers. Like I like Cormac McCarthy and Alan Moore and Charles Dickens, who are very angry, agitated writers.
Even Tolkien was an angry writer, right?
Well, was he? I guess he was. Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah. I mean,
you're not gonna sit down and write like a couple hundred pages about like how everything is fine, because why would you?
Well, yeah, that'd be a boring story, right? Or like who's another author I like who's been pissed off? Well, China Mieville. But would I call China Mieville one of my favorite authors? I don't know, but he is a very angry writer.
Yeah,
he's angry about socialism and capitalism. So,
yeah, well, he's kind of right.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I'll put it this way: I don't agree with his political opinions, but I thought the world he creates is quite fascinating based on those. Because, like, Raph, how often do you read about political activism in a fantasy novel? Like, not much. Like, not very often.
You'd be surprised about like what I read, right?
Well, you know what? I'll give you that. I haven't read it very often, is what I'm saying.
Shadia, I don't know. I haven't read Romantasy. Now I'm kind of like, can I write politically angry activist Romantasy?
That would be something. Just I'll send a note to Sarah J. Maas and be like, be more angry in your books.
Look, it's easy. Like the Dragon Union starting a strike, and then you have like the strike breaker falling in love with one of the dragons doing.
Then he starts banging the dragons. I'm like, what the fuck is this? But I have read about that recently. Colton, if you know, Colton, you know what I'm talking about. Well, I'm not saying that it doesn't exist at all. I just haven't read about like political activism in like fantasy novels. Like you don't see that in like a Tolkien book or George R. Martin book. You'll see like a lot of court intrigue, but that's different than like getting out and picketing or doing fucking worker strikes. Like, who writes about worker strikes in fantasy novels? Mieville does, but I haven't read many others who do it.
Well, to have a worker strike, you need to have like the basics of industrialism have going on, because otherwise you don't have the kind of workers that can actually do like strikes, right? That's like the basis, which is like why you can do that in Iron Council, but you can't do that in Tolkien. Like,
well, yeah,
the Hobbits going on strike won't change anything, because no one ever asks about the fucking economics of the Shire, because they don't work, they don't exist. There's no fucking economics in the Shire, because
or like Game of Thrones, which takes place in like medieval Europe. Like they're not gonna fucking picket, or. Well, I haven't read The City of Last Chances, but I've heard it's very Baz-Luhrmann-like, so I want to check that out. I do want to check that out at some point. Tchaikovsky's an author I've overlooked. I guess we need more angry political fantasy. Oh yeah, I guess Joe Abercrombie does do that, but I haven't read the second trilogy yet, so I don't fucking know.
But Chadia, that's
We need more
Aiden
strikes in fantasy.
Tchaikovsky. I'm not reading Aiden Tchaikovsky anytime soon.
I mean, we need more picking in fantasy. Is all I'm saying.
Because I know he had his breakers, but you finished the whole thing. You know how it ends, which is so fucking cynical and pisses me off because it doesn't go anywhere.
The game is the game, as David Simon would say. Or, well, he didn't say it. His characters would say it, but you know what I mean. Hopefully. You know, again, it's very Elroy-like, where it's like the system doesn't change because either the system is too, like, fucked up and it's so powerful you can't do shit about it, or, you know, kind of, which is funny because Mieville makes a similar point in Iron Council, you know.
Yeah. Oh, Ben, there's new Anita Blake audiobooks coming out like the next month or two. So I'm aware of that. I'm paying attention. I might go and listen to those, and then I'm gonna go vampire hunting, and I'm gonna get like progressively more horny, I guess.
Well, I guess there's kind of political activism in Harry Potter, but not really, because they kind of just, because the world building is, I'll admit the world building is one of the weaker parts of Harry Potter, but there is a lot of angry political writing in Harry Potter, though. Well, before
I am not going into the Harry Potter thing. I will not do that at all.
Fair enough. I guess what I'm saying, Raph, is we need more strikes in fantasy novels.
Oh yeah,
it would make for an interesting read, at least.
Look, there's a strike. There's a strike at fucking Perdita Street Station, which gets obviously gunned down. Sure. Were you aware, like Britain, were you aware of the fact that the United States of America did actually bomb strikers in the 1920s in their own territory?
Yeah, during the first Red Scare?
That's like the 20s, the miners' strikes, and they did actually fly bombers over strikers and bomb fucking strikers in the 1920s.
Yeah, we need more good women-centric fan. I mean, there's great female fantasy writers like Susanna Clark's, but she wrote though apparently the Ladies of Grace Ado is very good. Though that said, I am hoping to read Angela Carter next year, and apparently she does feminist retellings of fairy tales. I'm like, ooh, yeah, let's see how it goes.
Colton, I have not yet started Elantris because I got sidetracked by Mormon. By Mormon, I guess. I've been reading way too much Mormon stuff over the last week, and I got sidetracked. I read a biography of.
Sorry.
I read a biography of Brigham Young, and I read the incredibly good A House Full of Females. Which is more like oral history. It's a history. The audiobook is 20 hours, so it's like a 700-page kind of book, 600-page kind of book, and it's mostly quoting and based on diaries and letters of Mormon women and sometimes Mormon dudes in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, and 60s and stuff. And it's
Wait, what is not good? What book is not good? Shouldn't read what?
Elantris, I assume.
Oh, well, I mean, I haven't read any Sanderson, and to be honest, I've said this, and people they haven't gotten mad, but they're just kind of giving me weird looks where I'm where I'm just not in. I've seen a couple of his videos talking about his views of fantasy, and it just doesn't interest me.
No, I'm gonna read Elantris. That's gonna happen. It's gonna happen next week.
Though
Because now
apparently,
I have
Warbreaker is pretty good. Michael Moorcock liked
no,
it.
no. So
So
like, I've made my plan. The plan is to read Elantris. Then I'm gonna read Mistborn Era 1, Mistborn Era 2, Warbreaker, and then fucking Stormlight, and that's it. And after that, I feel confident enough to tear down fucking Brandon Sanderson, because who claims that I'm not taking shit seriously after that can just go and fuck themselves. Because like, I've done my homework. I've read so much stuff on like both Mormonism and Sanderson and fantasy and shit. I'm like, after that, if you still believe that I'm, not qualified to talk about Sanderson, you can just like stay in your subreddit and be the person you are.
I'm sure you'll get a lot of play on Reddit. You know what? After this, I'm gonna go and look on Reddit and see if anyone talks about you, and I'll tell you about it.
Like, I'm gonna record the whole like introduction to Mormonism for fantasy people next week, and I've done a little bit of research.
We also need more Mormon fantasy, because let me tell you, there's some weird, fun stuff in Mormonism that they could turn into a fantasy novel.
I've heard about it.
I was hanging out with some Mormon guys a few months ago. I think they stopped talking to me once they realized I wasn't interested in converting.
All right, let me explain. Like, over the last couple of months, I've read the Book of Mormon, the Doctrine and Covenants, the Pearl of Great Price. I've read a biography of Brigham Young, a biography of David O. McKay, a biography of Ezra Taft Benson. I've read Mormonism and White Supremacy. I've read Kingdom of Nauvoo by Benjamin Park, which is a microhistory of just the settlement of Nauvoo. I've read American Zion by Benjamin Park, which is like a larger history of Mormon history. I've read Wrestling the Angel by Terrell Givens, which is a discussion of Mormon theology. I've read some other stuff that I've read like American Zion by whatever her name is on Cliven Bundy and land rights and stuff. And I've read A House Full of Females by Laurel Thatcher Ulrich on. I'm not a Mormon, but I might be BookTube's most qualified non-Mormon person to speak on Mormonism.
Oh no, Liam's here. No, I'm kidding. We love you, Liam.
Wait, Liam, I'm sorry. I'm working out, and I've started Rough Stone Rolling, and it's.
We should get Liam to write a Mormon-inspired fantasy. Is what we should do.
You can always read some more. Orson Scott Card did write something, and Liam read it. Liam has to tell you what it's called. It's on Joseph Smith. No, like the one thing that I learned, like from most of the Mormon, like especially the House of Females and some of the others, Kingdom of Nauvoo kind of stuff, it's like some of the most inspiring shit if you're interested in like sort of like that romanticized Western stuff, because there's so much crazy shit going down. It's really interesting in that regard. It's like even beyond just like, Mormonism or whatever. It's just like, because you have like all these documents, and that's like I think like the most interesting, most fascinating part about like all of that stuff is.
Well, I gotta read this. Yeah. I'm like, I gotta read this. I know there's Mormon science fiction. I know because Liam's covered some of it on his channel. It's like
I'm very excited about Rough Stone Rolling, Liam. I'm very excited. No, I think like what's so interesting to me is like Mormonism is a religion, and religions all start the same kind of way. The difference is like, for like Christianity or Islam, we don't have that many sources, but because, Mormonism starts in the 1830s, we have a lot of documentation that we can actually look at. And I think that's like that's what makes it so interesting to me is like, is Joseph Smith that different to fucking, Muhammad or Jesus or whatever? It's like, obviously I'm blaspheming massively right now, but in the way that like how you have a very charismatic person gathering people around them and so forth. And it's interesting because this is just like 200 years ago, so we have a lot of documents, and it's interesting to see like how people react to that. It's like beyond questioning whether he actually has like a divine inspiration and revelation and shit like that or not.
Yeah,
It's
I
interesting to
can.
see to have that documentation around it is so fascinating to me.
Well, I mean, I can tolerate Mormonism because, as far as I'm aware, except for some like extreme cases, Mormons don't hurt anybody, and Scientology does hurt people. So that concerns me. So yeah, fuck Scientology. I think it's a terrible religion. If they try to fucking harass me, well, too bad. I think I'm below their radar though.
I want to say this. If I had the chance to get all my fucking fans to actually buy me a fucking navy and go cruising all over the seas to dig up for gold, I'd fucking do it. I'm like, I'm not a fan of L. Ron Hubbard, but if I had the same power, I would fucking do the same thing. At least for the navy. Look, I do fucking Sea Org. The rest, I don't know, but Sea Org, absolutely.
Well, like I said, except for extreme cases, like there's a book called Under the Banner of Heaven, which is about some fucking crazy people who are extreme Mormons. But aside from that, as far as I know, regular Mormons don't hurt anybody. Well, they did war back in the day, but that was because, like, I guess the United States people didn't like the Mormon religion because of bigamy.
Obviously, like any form of religion in its radical versions always hurt.
Well, yeah, no,
It does hurt people, even beyond like just like the murders and stuff.
Well, okay, I'm just saying this. I think it's different than Scientology, which is an exploitative organization. I don't think Mormonism is inherently an exploitative organization. I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that like people haven't, used religion to murder people. Because I mean,
I feel like, no, there's a bunch of things that like any form of like religion does in like at its core develop like a form of like social pressure that does hurt a lot of people that are sort of like caught in that social pressure that can't actually get out of it because your entire family is in it and you can't actually break out of that. And that's where like every religion does harm for those who don't for those who don't believe. And Mormonism does that the same way that Catholicism does and evangelical Christianity does, and I guess Islam does as well. And beyond that, I don't know. But like,
let me put it this way: you're not going to get harassed if you walk away from the Mormon Church, or you're not going to get harassed if you walk away from the Catholic Church. Maybe like your parents will bug you and ask you, about religion from time to time. But like, you're not going to get like harassment campaigns from the church because you've left. Well, unless I'm wrong, then please feel free and call me an idiot.
Depends on where you are. That's the point.
Yeah, that's fair, I guess.
Like if you leave the Catholic Church in Germany, you're fine. Like this is like an incredibly secular like place. If you leave the Catholic Church in a place where like social like family connections stuff are like more important and stuff like that. Leaving the church does have like absolutely fucking brutal impacts, and that's I think like the part is like so easy to ignore, right? It's like it doesn't have to come down to like vigilantes coming to your door and shooting you. It's more about like losing your entire like sort of like support network and everything, and not having anyone left, and trying to fight your way out of that. And that's like where religions or any other social movement kind of gets you.
Well, with Salman Rushdie, yeah, that's just, I mean, I won't pretend Islam is like a peaceful religion, despite what some people might say. I'm not saying like, look, I don't think religion is an inherently bad thing, is what I'm getting at. It's just, I think there's some religions that are more exploitative than other ones. And there's people who are disagreeing with me in the comments, which that's fine. But, I'm just, like, look, I'm just saying, I don't think you're going to get harassed if I mean, I'm sure there's going to be like, social pressure and whatnot. But, I think that's with every group. I don't think that's something that's like new.
Shadia, yeah, I trust this. That's why I said like I don't know about Islam because I'm, not part of it. Like I trust you that it's fucking brutal.
Oh boy, Amanda's here. Yeah, I had a feeling Amanda would think that. It's just like, I don't know. I'll admit I am speaking from personal experience, because like most of my experiences with religion are pretty good for the most part, except for like, squabbling and just other shit I don't like when I would go to church. But like, I think that's it with everyone. I think that's with every group. Doesn't matter if you're religious or political or whatever,
All right. It's fucking midnight. How are you feeling, Britton?
I am really hungry. I'm jeez, they're gonna think I'm simping for religion now. This is just sad. I'm trying to I don't know.
No. Okay,
That's why religion. That's why I don't generally talk about religion. It's such a slippery slope.
No. Okay, let me put it this way. It's midnight for me. I'm fine with going on. I just need to take a piss and find another beer. If you want to entertain people for a while,
maybe we can you can go for another beer, and then we can go, because I am getting hungry, but I can wait for a little longer. Well, okay, they still like me, so it's okay. I feel a little better now.
All right, like have fun, slamming diverse churches while I'll take a piss and get another beer.
Yay!
I'll be back in like a minute or two. And the most entertaining. Let me present to you the most entertaining Britton Some Okie Dude. I don't know his last name, which is good, but like if you have like a stage name, I would totally do that. It's like, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 5 minutes, enjoy jokes, perambulations, and other weird takes by the amazing Some Okie Dude, Britton.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's true. It's not. Look. Here's my thing. I don't care what religion or like, political creed you are. Like, as long as you don't give me shit for what I believe, I won't give you shit for what you believe. You would think that's an easy concept to believe in, but look at world history. Clearly, it's not. but you know. What? Hey, don't tell people how I think, Amanda. No, I don't know if it's like that, but it's something else. But books though, a lot of them, I read them a lot. And yeah, I mean it's like it's not like I think, it's not like I think like religion is inherently good. I just think that it can be used by really bad people for different purposes. What is next after one I'm reading? Well, I mentioned this a little bit earlier. I'm hoping to get to The Things They Carried by Tim O'Brien, and also The Yellow Birds by Kevin Powers, which is about the Iraq War. Because I'm wanting to read, because I want to read more military stuff for Veterans Day. I'm also in December though. I'm hoping to get to stuff like Eileen and Deathless by Kathleen Vellante, I think. I could be wrong. It's either Catherine or Kathleen Vellante. Maybe I can ask, but I'm hoping to read that because I'm really fascinated by like Soviet history. I have a weird like interest in that, so it's um it's is it, oh Raf, you're here. You've read, is it Kathleen Vellante or is it Catherine? I think it's Kathleen, but
It's
I'm not
Catherine.
sure.
It's an
Catherine.
R. Catherine M. Valente.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I get her mixed up with. I think I'm getting her mixed up with someone else, but I'm reading Deathless by her, and I'm hoping it's good.
That's the St. Petersburg one, right?
Yes, I was talking about. I'm quite fascinated by like Soviet history, so I'm curious to or Cat. Yeah, I'll just say that by Cat Valente. That makes me feel like I know her. It feels weird. No, what else do I want to read before the end of the year? Let me look. Maybe I'll see if I can sneak Joe's third book before the end of the year, but I don't know. I make no promises. Of the Hybrid Helix books, because I'm enjoying those a lot. I think I've read the first two and they're really, really. I was very pleasantly surprised, and I mean I hate to say that because I don't want to sound like I hope you guys get what I mean. it's maybe Sledge versus the Labyrinth as well, but I'm thinking of saving that for January. But we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, I don't want to like actually go too deep into the whole religion stuff that you did before. Like one thing that I found really interesting when it comes to like the whole religion conversations, like you, Britton, and some others are like into sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have a favorite team, right, Britton?
Mm-hmm.
Which team is it?
Well, for
Football.
OU, Oklahoma Sooners for college. That's what I'm wearing right now, and
Yeah.
Dallas Cowboys for.
Yeah.
I said next year. Stop harassing me. Stop it. I'll read Malzahn. I'm reading it. I said what I said. Maybe I'll read the first part of House of Chains. We'll see. But anyway, sorry. You were making a point, Raph.
All right. So the question is like, how did you choose those teams?
Well, for the college one, I was raised. My parents loved the team, and I love it. So there you go.
Yeah.
Dallas, I just chose it because it's closer to where I'm at. Well, I live in Oklahoma City, and it's like 6 hours away. But
But like, if I would sit down and give like a proper argument why the New York Giants would be like a better team, like
I
with like
mean,
logics and facts on logic and arguments and like graphs and stuff, would you change your team?
I don't think I would. Yeah, you know.
All right.
Is the point you're making
So
like it's kind of like religion?
that's kind of the point. It's like there's stuff that is very difficult to explain about religion and like how we deal with religion, because it does not actually work on a rational level. The problem
Well,
is,
sure.
of course, that like if that team that you're like a fan of turns out to be like really bad, it's like, how bad do they have to be before you actually stop being a fan? How bad do they have to be before you don't still feel like emotionally attached to it, right?
Sure. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And that's kind of the point that's so important about religion, that I feel is often like misunderstood from like the atheist side, but like also from like all kinds of other sides. Like, people that are religious and are like part of a specific faith are not, they didn't pick that because they, looked at all the options and chose whatever sounded like the best for them. There's like all kinds of other shit that it kind of goes into that, and go like, and from there on out, it'll absolutely fucking impact like how you see the world and how you interact with the world. But like, that's not a rational choice. It never was a rational choice. You will never get there by like, drawing charts and like having tables and explaining why, being a Green Bay Packers fan is better than being a Dallas Cowboys fan, or whatever.
Well,
It's not
sure,
gonna work.
unless you are a Cowboys fan and you just given in to the fact that we're just in a level of suck right now. But it I get your point. It's kind of like it's like reading a good book. I mean, I'm sure if I brought up American Gods, which is my favorite fantasy novel,
Yeah.
it's I'm sure someone in the comments here today could walk up to me, or not walk up to me, but they could probably comment and say like, here are some objective problems with it. But I would probably disregard that because I like the book so much, That might be a weird analogy, but I hope
Yeah.
you get what I'm saying.
But like, Jane, we can fight Humbaba by just like felling all the cedars of Lebanon.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
yeah, people can. There was a guy who shot another guy after a rivalry game. Sports can get pretty wild. Though apparently, like, sports hooligans is a thing out in Europe, so like, before people start shaming Americans.
I keep forgetting you're part of the country that like even takes like puts their athletes into helmets and shit. Like, out here, it's totally fine to just like beat each other up if you're like fans of a team. There's like, no, hooliganism is a bad thing, but it happens.
Oh, I thought it was kind of like a thing that people do to like, I guess not. But yeah, no, it can get pretty violent out here. Out. People take sports seriously. It's kind of it's it's. I think people take sports seriously everywhere.
Apparently today, like the second league, like not the German like first football league, soccer league, the second league, a train of fans going to like a match got like held up by fans of the opposite team and attacked, and people threw rocks at the whole train and whole fight. So no, this is fucking serious, and that's why I drew the parallel to fucking religion. It's like it key part of like your identity, and then once it is a key part of your identity, it kind of goes beyond having rational discourse or whatever. And that's kind of the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, no, emotion takes over. I mean, I, I mean, I've, I've been. It's kind of hard to. It's one of those weird human things that sometimes it's not really understandable. I mean, if aliens came down and watched us, they would probably be like, "What the hell," and then they'd leave because they don't want to deal with our crazy asses. They're like, let them freaking kill each other. Like, I'm done with that. That is a good. That would be a good like fun book. Like, what would it be like if aliens just came down and just watched us? That'd be a good short story.
What's the thing like? Have you read Unseen Academicals, Ori?
I do love Ori's because I like Futurama, so I like the profile pic of Zoidberg.
I don't know, like Unseen Academicals is a Discworld book that is all about football, and by football we obviously mean European football, which is soccer for
Us dirty Yankees, I know. Us dirty North Americans.
and it does very explicitly kind of draw the parallels to religion and stuff.
Oh,
but that's kind of the.
He really went everywhere, didn't he? Pratchett, from the sounds of it.
But that's kind of the point. It's like they are like on a psychological and sociological level, there are very clear parallels between religion and sports fandom and stuff like that. And the key is to understand that it is in fact something that you have like a very limited rational control over. But it does have like an outsized impact on your choices afterwards, and I think it's important to understand that and respect that in the way of going like, yeah, we have to take this shit seriously. Obviously you don't have to respect people making the wrong choice, but you have to understand that it's not going like, it's not just like people being stupid. It's like there's a whole fucking backlog of like sociological backlog and shit that kind of brought you to that point, and it's not just someone being wrong in the moment. And I think that's important to understand that. And I feel like the sports example I think is helpful there, because it's not as ideologically baggaged as religion is, but it does kind of go down to the same level. Yeah, that's the point, Charlie. It's just as fanatic and as ridiculous. But the point is, like, if you're a fan of a sports team, if you're an actual fan of a sports team, you can't just go and like, nah, I'm no longer a fan. That's the point. There's an emotional there's an emotional element to it that is hard to sort of like get rid of. And that's the part. It's like, which is why like all of that like weird like internet atheism doesn't work, because you can't sort of like get an actual believing religious person you can't get them out of like believing in God.
Also just cringe inducing a lot of the time.
Yeah, but yeah, it is. But like the key understanding is like, if you have faith, if you have like actual religious faith, that is like, that's not a rational thing. It's like and I hate to do this, like after all my Mormon reading, right? It's like there's like this Mormon expression of like having a burning in the bosom when they know that they got to do something or whatever. And I like that as an expression. It's like I've never had that, because I'm obviously a terrible unbeliever, but that's kind of the point. It's like you feel that shit. And it's the same thing like with your favorite football team, your political thing. It's like there's an emotional, intuitive, like kind of, there's a guts component in there.
That's why I always cringe when I hear that Ben Shapiro line, "Facts don't care about your feelings," which, sure, he's technically correct, but have you paid attention to American politics? emotion has a lot to do with how people vote. Seriously, see all the people who are, I mean, not unjustifiably, fear mongering about Trump. Like, there's a lot of emotion there. I'm not saying I
Yeah.
like Trump or anything, but like, people are acting like he's the second coming of Adolf Hitler.
It's not the second one, but he's certainly a
sorry,
fan
Ralph.
of the first one,
I
apparently.
forgot that you're German. So I forget that you're German sometimes. just I'm just like, oh, I just said Adolf Hitler to a German person. I feel like shit now. Look, I'm not saying. Okay, well, we're just opening this. We're just all over the place in today.
I don't know. We can totally talk about American politics if you want to. I'm fine with that. I don't think he's the second coming of Adolf Hitler because
I think American politics suck.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like I'm considerably more on the right. But Donald Trump and the Republican Party are so bad. I can't vote for them. Like, in good conscience, I can't.
Yeah, because they're fucking fascists.
Well, not even just that. They're just incompetent fucking morons. And also, they just, it's just, I'm sure European politics aren't fun either, but American politics is a freaking clown show. Like, seriously, it's just, I had a class a few months ago, and he's like, we're an Enlightenment nation, and we need to pick based on fact and evidence. And I'm like, well, my friend, that's all well and good, but people don't always do that, which is kind of the problem with the Enlightenment, is that it assumes people can just reason their way out of things, when not always. People get emotional about this shit.
See, the problem with the US pretending to be an Enlightenment nation is that they have never considered the dialectics of Enlightenment, which is a book which was written by Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer, who are the Frankfurt School, who are considered, cultural Marxists, apparently.
Yeah, no, it's just like it's like I don't really like progressives much either, but I mean, my lord, the Republican Party is a freaking clown show. Just, it's like people you don't want running the damn country,
I feel like, and we're not going to do like a full-on politics discussion here. I feel like at the end of the day, and that's going to bring it back to Malazan, who are the people that actually, appreciate humans as human beings? And who are the people that are not doing that? And yes, when it comes to, places like Gaza, the answer is like no one. But like, even when it comes to the US, it's like, look at just like in your countries, like who actually, respects people as humans. And that's like the one, like the basic border, right? And you know what I mean?
No, I mean, God, it's a
or if they raid my place, you think they might want to take out the trash as well, because my place is fucking wrecked.
No, I need a one. It's just like, and it's also tough being more on the right, because I've said this before, but like when you're like, oh yeah, I lean right, people are like, oh, you're a religious fanatic, or oh, you're just a selfish ass who doesn't care about people. And I'm like, well, maybe some of people who are on the right are like that, not me.
Yeah.
It's just like, I mean, for one, I am not a religious fanatic as far as I'm aware. And two, I'm not just a selfish ass who doesn't care about other people. Which some might say that's straw manning, but like that's most of the reactions I've seen when I've explained my views to people who are, you know.
Yeah, but like, I feel like at the end of the day, for me, it kind of boils down to just respecting humans as humans. And that's something that is kind of not in the playbook of what you might call the right or even the conservatives. Like, obviously, the US with like your two-party system is kind of, even more complex, less nuanced, I guess. But like,
yeah, sure.
It's like, dude, all these migrants are coming to my country. It's like, why are they coming here? Do you want to think about that for a second?
Well, probably because their countries aren't doing too hot and they want a better life. That's the more charitable part of me saying that.
Why are their countries not doing too hot?
I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure America has something to do with it, but I mean,
yeah, right. And that's kind of the point. It's like
drug. I mean, in Mexico, the drug war is horrible. So I mean, that's probably one of the reasons why.
Now, when you look at all these other countries between the southern U.S. border, and but that's what it's like. Beyond any of those things, like there's people leaving their homes, trying to move to a different place where they can actually live and raise a family and have a safe home. It's like, don't you just like on a human level, beyond anything, don't you just like understand that it's something that humans want to do? It's like,
there's probably that as well. I mean, I don't. That's definitely a good point. I mean, it's just we're quite a polarized nation right now. And I don't know how much better it is out in Europe where you guys are at, but in America, generally the people who actually want to be rational and not just get pissed off at each other, they don't really carry a lot of weight. I don't know what they're doing in Haiti. I'm sorry. I mean, I know that probably sounds dickish, but I don't know what's going on in Haiti. I didn't know we bombed Haiti, to be honest with you.
I feel like at the end of the day, the point is like people that leave their home and go to a different place is probably because life's shit where they are and they want to go somewhere else where life's better. And that's that's a basic human fucking instinct. That's like what you would do. It's what I would do. It's like what everyone would do. The difference is that some people go like, well, because you're at the end of the day have a different skin color, I guess. I think you're a criminal for doing that. Because if I move to a different state, that's totally fine. But if you move, and that's like the annoying thing about it is, for me, is like you're turning like a basic human instinct, which is like going somewhere else if life sucks where you are. You're turning it into a crime for some people, while turning it into like a praiseworthy, instinct for some other people. And the only difference you're doing is like an arbitrary red line that someone drew somewhere because of, well, fucking Western colonialism at the end of the day. But and that's sort of like where I find the issue is like, it's so fucking arbitrary, or it's fucking racist, or both, and that's so fucking annoying. It's like, of course those people want to move. It's like their country is fucked, and it's mostly fucked because we fucked it up. And now you're blaming them for going somewhere where it's not as fucked. I know it's so frustrating.
I mean, I care about that stuff. I mean, I don't like how migrants are being or well, I mean, I don't know if that's the politically correct term, but I mean, I don't like how migrants are being treated. I mean, I wish we could come. Here's what I wish. I wish the world, people around, could just fucking get along. Like, is that hard to? I know it's hard because there's a lot of fucking people have been fighting in the past to the point. There's a line from a book where they're fighting over something. They don't even remember why it started anymore. I don't remember which book this is, but it's in a book. I don't remember what it is. But like my dad always says, man, if we got along, the world would be a fucking better place than it is right now.
Yeah.
If like you were saying, and like if we treated people like fucking human beings, we would be in a way better spot than we're at right now. Instead of just getting all pissed and paranoid about, oh, they could blow our buildings up because something that happened literally almost half a century ago, because I was 6 months old when that happened.
Yeah. Chad, yeah. Oh, I'm so with you. It's so fucking frustrating to be in Europe right now. It's like I want to go out there and just like punch like 90% of the people in my country right now, because there's the fucking fascists, and then there's like the conservatives, and there's the social democrats giving in. It's not like we haven't done this before, and we know where this shit ends, and it fucking pisses me off. It's like, I don't know.
I mean, here's my thing. If we all lived in a society where people were free to live their most authentic lives and, get along with each other, we would probably be in a better world than we're in right now. But, can't do that.
There's like an old school German punk band. Like the first record was banned in Germany for being too left wing, which is something that can happen in Germany.
Hell no. That's why we're in the situation we're in, Ori. Like nobody fucking thinks for a second. Why don't we all just get along?
They have a song. It's from like 1990, right? And the song is called Golden Towers. Like it's in German. I'm translating on the floor. It's like it's Golden Towers. Like, it's obvious golden towers won't grow forever. They will fall. And it's about like, why do you think everyone from all these other countries will come here? Because like we took all their shit, and now they're, going where all the shit went that we took from their countries. It's like, of course migration will happen because, we took all their shit. It's like, it's something we can all understand. It's like, you can't just like do this forever and not expect people to, not catch on. And it's so frustrating because like we all know this all the time, and it's so fucked up because you're sitting here and you're fucking castles in fucking Germany or the US or the Netherlands or Belgium, like Western Europe or whatever, and we have all these other countries that we can use as bulwarks, like because they always have to go through fucking fascist Hungary before they come up to our place, and it's so fucking frustrating because we fucked it up, and we're still not able to understand that we fucked it up, or to admit that we fucked it up, and it pisses me off so much.
Like most of like here's how American politics work. Like the conservatives just want to fucking put their heads in the sand and not do anything, and while the Democrats just want to fucking shoot money like it's going out of style to other countries because that's our national duty, whatever the hell that even means anymore. Because I mean, look at a lot of the people in Washington and wonder what they think of the idea of national duty, or fucking civics for that matter.
Mm-hmm. Colton,
it's like,
yes. Colton, I do listen to Terence McKenna. Have you read High Weirdness? Though, which I think you might absolutely love. High Weirdness. Give me a second. I need to find out what's the name of the author. It's Eric something, and it's a book about Terence McKenna, Philip K. Dick, and Robert Anton Wilson, and how psychedelia do sort of impact their like writing and stuff. find the name. Give me a second. I'll find it out because I think you might absolutely love that. It's right up your alley.
Yeah, Trump is good at like PR politics, even though he should have been tanked like 20 times over by now. But some reason, and like I hope America puts fucking laws in so that doesn't happen again. But I'm very pessimistic about our chances right now because like here's the thing about progressives, they act like when Kamala's going to get in, or did I say that right? Kamala? I think it's Kamala. They act like when fucking they did this with Joe Biden too. They act like when Kamala gets in, it's going to fucking fix everything. It's like, no. We need to figure out why the fuck Trump even was considered a serious candidate in the first place. Like it's not even just that it's all Trump's fault.
Mm-hmm.
It's like our lack of accountability is fucking awe-inspiring out here in America, and I'm putting myself on there too. But
yeah. Okay, Chadia. Good night. I am. I'm sorry it took so long.
I know it's like man, it went longer
And
than I
Colton,
thought.
it's called High Weirdness by Eric Davis, and it's currently free on Audible. You might enjoy it. It's really good. It does like the Terence McKenna stuff and the other stuff. Yeah, it's nonfiction. It's like very academic. It does like a lot of like post structuralist French philosophy stuff in there as well. But it's interesting.
It's like, I mean, sorry, I don't mean to go on a bit of a non sequitur here, but it's just like conservatives don't even give a shit anymore. It's just like they're just like, we want fucking power. Fuck everyone. We're just gonna take over the fucking government, which is like that's not how this shit works. But which isn't how America should work. But we're kind of really, and I hate this because I'm generally like to think of myself as pretty more level-headed individual, but I'm serious. If Trump gets in a second time, I'm genuinely nervous we might start fucking rioting in the streets. Like, legit. And I wish I were kidding when I'm saying this, but it's just like we're at a boiling point. Just look at some of the things people are saying on like Twitter and Instagram. Like, I mean, people might get out with their pitchforks and start murdering each other, man. It's fucking crazy. Look, I'm not generally the type that does this doom and gloom type of shit, but like, I'm fucking nervous, man. I'm just like, if he gets in again, we're fucked. And if Kamala, if Kamala gets in again, or if Kamala gets in, then like, okay, we kind of lucked out again, but we really need to fucking, have a real serious conversation about where this country is going. I don't think we're going to do it because, we can't fucking change shit. But we really need to have a conversation about accountability and like fucking free and responsible government, which is what America should be about. It often isn't because people aren't responsible who are running the damn show. But,
yeah,
it's just, it's frustrating.
It's super fucking frustrating. And the worst part is like, at least you get to vote.
It's like, it says in the it either says in the Constitution or Declaration, or no, it says in the Constitution, by the people, for the people. Like, that should mean something. It doesn't really seem to mean anything anymore.
Yeah, but like, even beyond that, like, you guys get to vote. I'm over here in Europe, like, you vote, Trump gets into power. The rest to live with that as well, right? It's like,
Oh, sure. I'm not saying like it's all Trump's fault that people are going to start rioting. I'm just afraid people might start rioting if he gets in. I never said it was his fault or anything. It's just like we might fucking collapse in on ourselves. And I'm kind of nervous on that because I really don't want to be in the timeline where America collapses.
Yeah, that's the other part, Ori. That the way that like disenfranchisement happens in the US is like brutal. It's like for the country that pretends to be the most democratic country in the world, you guys, I don't know. Your democracy has a lot to be asked for, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot you can make fun of us for, and we definitely deserve it. I'm not saying like, oh, America. I mean, you know. Well, I suppose you're right, DK Moon. I'm just saying I don't want rioting to happen, but it might possibly could. I'm not saying I want it to happen. I'm genuinely frightened at the possibility of it happening. But don't riot in the streets, by the way. If any Americans watch this later, it doesn't do much. It just makes people more angry.
Yeah, I wish someone had told the people that went to like the Capitol in, 2021.
Well, we looked out there. Luckily, it was so badly put together that like nobody knew what they were doing, so they didn't actually do anything. So we lucked out we lucked out there. But I don't know. Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean,
Yeah, Cal, you might be right there. It's like, and that's like the thing is like, I don't know. See, like my problem is like I'm German, right? In Germany, like West Germany has a long tradition of anti-Americanism, leftist West Germany, and it often is like just like going by the numbers, being really stupid and whatnot. But on the other hand, I'm looking at like stuff going on. I was like, you have one guy telling other people to storm the fucking Capitol, and the result is like the Supreme Court going like, well, I guess he's fine. It's like, how am I supposed to defend the US at this point?
hey, man, I'm not defending the U.S. I'm just saying we've, and then it's
Like, healthcare is a pretty good thing. I agree with you, Kale. Like, seriously, like, healthcare, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of Americans think that's socialism, even though it's not really socialism. Like most, if not all, governments have a say in healthcare. So I don't. I mean,
Yeah.
here's what frustrates me about a lot of conservatives is that a lot of them don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I mean, they often rant about socialism, but it's like they don't fucking know what socialism is. Like I've read socialist texts. I've talked with socialists. I've gotten to know a few of them. If you really want, here's some advice for anyone who is interested in political philosophy or is interested in political discussions. Understand what your opposition is fucking talking about before you start saying shit, because that's something in America we have a big problem with, because we shout socialism and people don't know what the fuck that means. They have these little fucking 1984-esque pamphlets for children talking about this is what socialism is, and that's not even close to what socialism should be, or not should be, but what it is. Because I don't think healthcare is the collective saying it's not collective using the means of production. Though there may be some conservatives who will shoot holes in that for whatever reason. It's just, and then people throw fucking fascism around like it's candy, and the word just gets, it's the same thing. It's too reliant on fear mongering. It's too reliant on getting people frustrated and pissed off and afraid. And that's why we're in the situation we're in right now. So I don't know if it's like that all over the world, but it is like that here. And it sucks, and I don't know what to do. I am only one person. It's just
frustrating.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
You know, and believe it or not, despite my right-leaningness, I do care about the world, and I live in the world, so I don't want it to blow up or people start attacking each other in the streets. I would prefer to keep living in my existence and people get along with each other. I mean, I know it's not that simple, but it's just it's I don't know. It's like
I have to do this right now because Ben
Am I just speaking word salad at this point? I don't know. We've been going on for 4 hours.
Give me a second. I gotta say this because Ben messaged me on Discord because YouTube censored her.
Wait, who messaged you on Discord?
Ben messaged me on Discord because she said, like, as a Canadian, you better don't fuck with Canada because otherwise they'll burn down that white building again.
I thought it was the British who did that. Well, I guess Canada did that as well.
And then she said, like, as a Canadian mixed Ukrainian, it might be a bad choice because it might change everything. But apparently, yeah, YouTube. No, anyway, go burn down that fucking building again. I don't think it will cause any lasting damage.
Hell, we might beat you to it, Bend, if we're not careful. I mean, shit, man. It's could another civil war happen? I hope not, but we'll see. I don't know. It's just I always think of that song in 1812. Madison was mad. He was the president, He went to tell the British where they ought to go. It's and they have it under Ren and Stimpy. it's I'm getting off point. Yeah, I think Gin gets it right. Everyone is so frustrated with this, and I think it's on purpose. I'm like, yeah,
that's kind of the point. It's like you gotta, annoy everyone to fucking hell and just have the whole thing be just a game. And as a non-American, it fucks me up. Like I'm sure Ben will back me up on this. Like it's so fucked up because you guys vote or don't vote, and Trump or Kamala makes a huge difference for non-Americans. No choice in that. It's like you want that fascist into and say, yeah, he's gonna kill all the trans people in America, which is bad, which is incredibly bad, and he's going to do all the other fascism things, and then I have to fucking kick the ass of my fucking terrible German government, which is bad and incredibly lazy and fucked up, and all the other people. I have to kick their asses to actually save the US. How can I can't do that.
We're in Yankee. She knows what I'm doing. She knows the song I'm singing. It's good. That's good. I didn't know if anyone was gonna get that reference because that's like a really obscure it's basically the Canada World of 1812 hype song when they blew up the White House.
Yeah. After eating all the food, which is the most important part. It's like
it's just good Lord.
All right, it's like 1:15. We've been doing this for
I'm starving, man. I don't want to go too much longer.
Yeah, you better get yourself some food instead. We're gonna end this now. What? Thanks everyone for hanging out. I mean,
Raph,
we
it's
can
been fun. Thanks
totally
for having me.
do some after show, just like beer drinking at the Unabridged Burners Discord if anyone feels like it. Otherwise, I guess I'll see you around somewhere. And thanks, Britton, for actually, doing this. It was
It was a lot of fun.
it was a lot of fun. There's a saying. I'm gonna tell this to you, and it's one of those really bad ones. It's like one of those German satire. It's hard to do. Like, if in Western Germany right now you want to tell someone that something was really good, you say, "Es war mir ein innerer Reichsparteitag," which is hard to explain. Which means like it was like an internal Reichsparteitag, and Reichsparteitag is the thing that the Nazis did in Nuremberg.
Oh, jeez.
It's really bad.
Yeah, I can tell. Jeez, man.
It's what German satire works. It's like it was just like an inner Nuremberg party rally.
Oh my god.
Anyway, no. Beyond that, like, I'm so happy you did it. I'm so happy you came here, man.
I am glad. I'm glad we got here, man. I was waiting for you to get me on this show. It's always fun. It's always
No,
fun
man,
hanging
I
out.
was. It was just a matter of time.
That's fair. I'm gonna go get something to eat now, and well, Ralph, it's always fun hanging out. I'm sure we'll do it some more.
Absolutely. Everyone else, I need like at least one beer to calm down. I'll hang out in the Unabridged Burners Discord for like at least one beer, and then we'll see what happens. And everyone else, thanks for actually doing this for way too long. I'll try to actually get you a great win video tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Hey, it's a good book, I think.
I'm looking forward to
So
reading
far.
it, though I don't know when I'm gonna do that. So
No, it's what I spent the last Audible credit I had on, so I'd better read it. So yeah, thanks, Britton. Thanks, everyone. I'll see you around.
just sit off. We just sit awkwardly until it stops.
I fucking hate this, man.
What's going on? Oh yeah, next Wednesday, Halloween video. Woo! Oh dang it! I just shit. Oh, I'll mess with that when I'm done.